Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mazes, okay? You're welcome to Ginger Media TV. This is a special live broadcast for the Anambra Decide 2025. Today, we will be looking at the results that are already coming in. And I will be asking us to join me as well. So you will be joining me shortly for us to review some of these results that are already coming in. And we would also look at the challenges that we witness in this election. As we have known from all the key actors in this election, they all have said one thing and one thing that is very worrying. That is the vote buying that is happening. Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, the current governor of Anambra State, with the video we're going to play for you, while he was addressing the press, lamented the fact that there appeared to be an enormous amount of vote buying happening in the state. His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, after casting his vote, he was asked by the press. He repeated the same thing. You know, there is something we say in Igbo. Ebe nwata na-alụ aka, ọ bụ na nne ya nọrọ ebe nne ya nọrọ ya. Where a child points at constantly, if the father is not there, the mother will be there. There is no doubt by the result we have seen so far that APGA is cruising home victoriously. Nonetheless, the level of accusation of vote buying is really, really mind-blowing. Now, and there is a cross-section of accusations, you know, A accusing B, B accusing C, you know, as regards to who is to blame to this. Nonetheless, I will be giving you the full analysis as to what has happened. Collation is ongoing as we speak. The results have been announced at the polling unit level as we speak. We are going to be getting you people on the ground at the polling unit who are going to speak to us by Zoom. You yourself watching me now, you will also join us via Zoom to make your own input based on the presentations we're going to show you tonight. On this note, I say to us, all of us, please, 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 if you have not subscribed to this platform, please. Now, so I beg you now, I beg you, subscribe, like, and share, okay? You know the costs. You can also become a Ginger Media, you know, member. You can see that where it says become a member, where you know, just a token, you can become part of the VIP conversations that happen behind the scene. If you want to do that, we'll give you the opportunity as well. Shortly, we will be also bringing you in the comment section the link to join us, and that will also, I think some staff members are working on to share that on the community section as well. We're going to be here probably for a very long time to take this election. You know, we're going to analyze it. We're going to take every single opinion out there. We'll bring everything here to tell you what exactly the way we see it. Having said that, let's actually look at a polling unit that just, you know, counted their results. Let's take a watch.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ADC. 1.
Action
One. 2, 3. APC. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Better, yes.
5,
Yes.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, six, 7, 8.
So at the end of the day, we will, like like you've just seen briefly now, as to what is happening in some areas in the state, right? We can see that they have started counting the votes. So at the end of the day, you can see that they have started counting the votes. So what we will now do is to look at what the leaders in Anambra State had said. When you look at the governor, what he did say, you can understand that the pool, as we speak now, have closed. Accreditation wrapped up smoothly across most of the 21 local governments across the state. And the early report from INEC observers paints a picture of largely peaceful process. There is no doubt about that. Materials arrived on time, quite unlike the last election, that's the presidential election, where materials arrived from 12 o'clock. Security was tight. Police, used aerial surveillance, and EFCC operatives were on guard to deter malpractices in terms of vote buying. Sadly, the reason why EFCC was there still happened, just like in Edo. There were people still being able to get themselves inside the polling units and still bought voters. We have videos of people yesterday being shared gala, malt, and 2,000 naira in order to induce them to vote certain party today. These are things we're going to be reviewing, right? In spite of all these malpractices, voter turnout is, well, they turned out in steady numbers, especially in rural areas. Stakeholders from APGA and APC have been held. They've really held the exercise as credible so far. Like I said before, Governor Professor Soludo has cast his vote. His vote, declaring that the system works. A landslide victory is inevitable. Those were the words of Professor Chukwumachao Soludo. But like I said, but let's not sugarcoat all these election is working well and whatnot, right? We cannot sugarcoat that. Beneath this calm surface, the election has been rocked by a storm of allegation, rampant vote buying that's turning polling units into marketplace, from Oka to Onitsha, to Nnewi North, to Anambra East. Reports that we have flooded everywhere is that in one of the party agents, that were dishing out cash we are talking about this time around, it's no longer 2,000 or 3,000, that they are really dishing out 20,000 up to 50,000 for that single vote. And people keep shouting that your vote doesn't count. If your vote doesn't count, why would somebody be willing to pay 50,000 for your vote? It is because your vote counts. It is because they know that your vote is of value. That's why they are now determined to pay up to 20 to 50,000 naira for your vote, or even to give you gala and malt as a refreshment for ballot. Peter Obi called it out loud and clear, warning that this shameless inducement is destroying our future. APC candidate Nicholas Ukachukwu cried out foul over intimidation and bought votes, while even Soludo pointed fingers to opposition party. So now party A, party B, everyone pointing finger. You're buying vote, you're buying vote, you're buying vote, you're buying vote. So it's a question of who buys more. EFCC storm units. Chaos erupts in places like Unity Primary School, and observers decried the outright trading of democratic integrity for quick cash. Was this a smooth election hijacked by highest bidder? Who really won the people's mandate? The voters of the vote buying is really mind-blowing. Tonight, we will unpack all the lives updates, analyze the emerging results, hear from the witnesses, and ask the question, how do we rescue our election from this cancer of inducement before it spreads to 2027? Or are the politicians actually engineering this that they can perfect this act of vote buying ahead of 2027? Haven't you heard, according to Sahara reporters, that those who were coerced and forced to dump their parties as governors to move into APC were paid 25 billion? Or haven't you heard that each single senator that moved from his or her party to the APC was given 1 billion naira? Is it only a state affair, or is it now becoming a national quagmire? Or haven't you heard that an assembly person who leaves his or her party and moves into APC received 500 million naira? Source, Sahara reporters. Stick with us. We got experts get here on ground to file in the report, unfiltered takes coming right, left, center. I'm your host, Mazen Ezoke. Let's get the ball rolling. It is indeed, sometimes it becomes painful when you kind of see that we appear to be a people that do not want to learn. And, the things keep happening over and over again. I've had a look of the IREV. Now, I'm looking at the IREV actually as we speak, and I can tell you that 63.71% of the votes already are uploaded. We will be we will be going polling unit by polling unit to look at who won the election. And we can actually, by looking at the IREF, call the election together here before INEC even gets the chance of doing that. Because what we had built a system, election monitoring and voter guard in the 2023 election, was the part of the system we built was basically to front run INEC to say this is what is happening, and we can call this result because we have the electoral materials that the votes, what's it called, the Form ECIT 8A that people have used in their voting, right? On this note, quickly, let me then get in the position of His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi after he cast his vote. What was his idea? What did he think about the process? You're going to hear from him, not from me. I'll call you to join me as we take a listen. Just Take a listen. It's not my fight, it is.
Unfortunately, those who are the victim of bad governance seems to be fueling it. I've been able to go, listing and around on what is happening. What you see is that there's predominantly vote buying to the scale of 20, 30,000, 15,000. The question I ask, for a young person who is unemployed, if he says his vote for 30,000, what is he going to be paid next month when there's no voting? By selling your vote, you're selling no school, no hospital, no job. You're selling away your future. And that is what is very worrisome. Other countries, even West African countries that are close to us, we have observed the election. I didn't see this happening. So for you people who are journalists, you must cooperate. This must be stopped.
Your Excellency, you are not on the ballot in this election, but we know you belong to the Labour Party. I want to ask you what you think are the expectations of this election, especially as it has to do with your candidate, Dr. George Mohan.
Well, for me, yes, you're right. I'm a member of the Labour Party, and I support the Labour Party candidate. But quite frankly, everybody that is involved with this election is my brothers, my sisters, and everything. I'm not in ballot. I've been governor 13 years ago, so I'm not in this. I'm strictly in Champions League of Nigerian politics and contesting to be president of Nigeria. So for people who are in first division, I wish them well. And I'm sure they will do very well. Whoever wins, let him serve the people. Nigeria needs service now. We need to pull our people out of poverty. Our people need to know that schools are working. It's no longer grandstanding. They need to do the hospitals, which is why we're supporting the nursing schools to be able to produce the manpower that is required for every village to have at least a primary health care where people can go to.
Okay,
yes, I'd like you to look at the performance in this election, particularly.
In 2027, given your experience from what is happening currently in this governor's election, what hope do you have for 2027?
I've congratulated the UNX chairman and tell him to look at what happened to his predecessors. All I can say to him is that the name and reputation his children will live in is a test. None of us will be in position forever. So it is important that while you're there, try and serve the people. Try and serve humanity, try and serve society.
Excellency, what's your assessment of INEC in the ongoing election?
Well, I'm not here to answer that. I've just told you what is happening with the elections. The observance is a major vote buying.
Thank you, Excellency.
Okay, so guys, you've heard that part there. That is His Excellency Mr. Peter speaking over there. You've heard his views. You heard what he thought about the election. There is no, he said he supported the Labour Party candidate, that he's still a member of the Labour Party. Now, aside his views, aside the things he has said, we also have people like the current governor of the state, and the AAC candidate, also will be also looking at what they had to say. Now, before we get to the AAC or even getting the leader, the national coordinator of the obedient movement to have a say, and let us listen first to the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Soludo. Again, pay attention. Peter Obi spoke about vote buying. Pay attention to the words that will be used. by Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, the Executive Governor of Anambra State.
Thank you very much. I think you all witnessed the voting here. Before I came, of course, as you know, today is the election day. And as always, you'll be getting calls from all across the state. And I have been doing so. I've been receiving numerous calls from across the entire state. I think one way to say it is that it's been relatively very peaceful and going on smoothly. Some places, some glitches here and there, but like there are some polling units I got a report in Olumbanasa that were not where the beavers wasn't working, were not working as expected. But all said and done, I think on the average it will be said to be going on smoothly and as expected. The only concerns we've received is one or two places, particularly in Newi South local government, where we understand that massive vote buying, some even being paid one of the candidates, particularly from that local government, and he seems to be desperate to win the local government, so he's been sharing 15,000 to voters. And I said, even if they share 100,000, never mind. Let the people just vote, count the votes. Doesn't matter for us, and we're fairly convinced that on the basis of the votes, one man, one vote, that we're going to win and win landslide. No question about that. Now, as for the, you've seen the process here. It's quite seamless, but you can see the crowd. The crowd still to vote, and it's about 1:30. So in the next 1 hour, voting is supposed to close officially. But again, the rule is that once you are in the polling unit before 2:30, you must vote. So I expect that all these people, you can still see a few, I'm sure there's still more than 100 persons yet to vote here. So I expect that they will all vote.
Okay. All right, Your Excellency, are you happy with the number of turnouts? Considering the last election, we have less than 10% participation. Are you happy with the number of turnouts in this election?
I cannot know the number of turnouts. How can I know the number of turnouts when voting is still ongoing? There's no way you know until voting closes and votes are counted. When you see the number of voters that are credited and then those who voted and so on and so forth before you can comment on turnout. For now, we don't know. All you hear is that, I tell you, it's going on well.
All right, Your Excellency, sir, you've made some very remarkable recommendation about the election process. My question is, how confident are you in terms of victory, and are you sure the party will sweep across the 21 local governments?
Let me tell you, let me be clear. We said this all through the campaigns. We have opponents, but we have not seen the opposition. And but even then, we have not taken the votes of the people for granted. And that's why we're literally the only party, the only candidate that crisscrossed the entire 21 local governments, the entire 326 wards.
You heard him. The governor is very, very confident that he's going to win the election. And the indication is not far from what he's saying. Now, but if I come back to what he said, he clearly stated that, and that actually named price like Peter Obi did, that this election, that vote buying is occurring. Some pay as much as 50,000, 20,000, 30,000. And I think for any serious-minded Nigerian, it is something that calls for concern, serious concern, that if this is not nipped in the bud, because no matter the law that you make, the electoral reform that you push for, whereas the votes are still being bought, and you have a willing buyer and a willing seller. We are entering the next phase of political aprocoism. A stage that we may not return from. In fact, it's either you just stay at home. If you don't want to collect money, just stay at home. Recall that during Obasanjo's second term in Edo State, the people of Edo rejected vote buying. They beat those that came to buy vote. But in the last one, under Tinubu, we saw vote buying like there was nothing. It was like vote buying in water in Edo State, and it happened. In Edo, now we have left Edo. Is Anambra, vote buying is happening, vote buying in water in any shape, form. I can show you something that even they are insulting our mothers. I don't know how we descend so low to get our mothers. They give them gala sausage, malt of less than 500 naira. One gala of less than 200 naira. And our mothers will line up in Anambra State Zik, State Ojuku. Alumelibo. I'm not kidding you. You watch the video, you almost cry. I've watched the video and I watch it again. Anytime I watch it, I feel pain in my soul, not even in my body. I feel pain. It's like something is piercing my mind. I can't believe that this is happening in my state. Anambra. Alumalibo. Please, be the judge. Watch. Just watch how someone in Nketaku village in Agolo assembled our mothers to come. Here they are telling them the party to vote. They say, go and vote for APGA. Go and vote where the Ebesel or Koko. And they are collecting the money. Just watch. Be the judge. I say no. Did you hear that? Gala na malt or cocoa, meaning the gala and the malt of the hen. Where the party with hen. Gala and the malt of the hen. That's what you're eating. The guy has money there in his hands. His face is known. His name is known. And we are talking, everybody's talking in abstract. Hey, they are buying votes. Here you're looking at them, inducing voters. Wait for a moment. Assuming you're watching this, and one of these women here is your mom. One of these women here is your sister. One of these women here is your auntie. How proud would you be to know that your auntie was induced with a bottle, not a carton, not a crate, with a bottle, a can of malt, with a single snack, gala, with 2,000 naira. Because you can see that brown money is 2,000, is 1,000. So normally, if you pay attention, he counts it 1, 2, one person 1, 2. So 2,000. Now let's do the maths. 2,000 naira. Malt, 500. Gala, let's say 200. And what else? Less than 3,000 naira. Less than $2. Less than £1.50. Jesus, forgive me. I mean,
to vote for APGA for solution government to continue. 4 years. Aso ya bụ na ọzọ na-asị nkịta akụ niile metụ aka n'obi ka ha bata apụka.
Actually, go from 2 million, 8 million, 18 million. 5,000. I'm on an African one Nigerian. African one Nigerian. I go below you. Go below you. 1 year old. But I'm not close. Not close. Not close.
Mama, what are you
okay, there you have it. There you have it. The inducement of both. The inducement of voters is less than 300 naira. Everything is there. The person behind it is known, so INEC wouldn't say, "Oh, we didn't know. Report it to us. We didn't, nothing. We are not aware. Nothing." It is all in the open. All in the open. Even election observers, they did not, they didn't also hide their feelings. They basically said the things they saw, right? Election observers didn't hide what they saw. We're going to be dishing you fact, right, left, and center. Just take a listen.
Okay, my name is Comrade Jim Maoji, a member of Nigerian Civil Society Situation Group.
Okay, so you are here at Central School too, and you are on election observation duty.
Sure.
So far so good. What has you and your team? What has your impression been so far?
Okay, we came from we not, and nothing is happening there. Though there are that ward has 5 walls and the 13 polling units. It's a rack and many INEC personnel materials and police personnel are still waiting to be transported to their polling units.
By what time was this?
We left there 8:55 a.m. and they are still waiting. They actually came to us and asked us to escalate their situation to the INEC in Oka. Then we came here, and here they told us they commenced accreditation and voting by 10 minutes after 8, which is not possible because business was made to start by 8:30. They gave us wrong information. So, but what here is unique. We saw that party mercenaries actually collecting people's cards, giving the INEC will give them form to vote, and when they vote, they give it back to party mercenaries who will drop.
Did you hear that? This is a report from Channels TV. An observer is telling you that INEC will be there. The party mercenaries who, when they are given the card to vote, they will collect, because why? is going to allow them to vote a particular party. And INEC was there. It's not hidden.
It in the ballot box, and they are buying and selling vote, actually negotiating. It's sad. And probably one party agent there who is very angry over the matter. He has been shouting on INEC personnel, why are you allowing this guy? Nobody should touch ballot box or ballot paper of a voter. They should allow the voters to go and vote and drop the ballot paper inside the ballot box.
So you witnessed this?
I witnessed it.
Okay. So this is a challenge now. How are you going to be taking this up?
Because we met with the Commissioner of Police in charge, Dr. Abel, in charge of this election, Anambra governorship election. And he told us yesterday that they have instructed their personnel to arrest anyone buying or selling of votes. But in this place that has 4 polling units, only 1 police personnel, no other security agency is represented here. So, and the police personnel is sitting far away from the 4 polling units. It will be a challenge for him, but I'm already escalating it to situation because they posted the police personnel to our situation in Oka, who also will escalate it for them to send police personnel to this place because this place actually needs a security agent's presence and attention.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So this is it. This is from the INEC, right? I said this evening, if I want to see something on, I go see something on. Wallah, if I want to see something on, I go see something. But it's really not funny. Okay, so we've listened to His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi speak. We've listened to Professor Soludo speak. Let me see if I'll get to the AAC candidate, that is Chioma. I think I saw a video she dropped earlier. Let me see if I can quickly pull that video. Chioma dropped where is that? She dropped a video indicating that Chioma, what's her name again? Chioma Ife Melodike, yeah. Chioma, hold on. Chioma Ife Melodike. Ife Melodike, that's her here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So quickly, I'm going to I think I've seen her video now. Let me quickly drop her own video, her side of the story. The question is that everybody keeps saying there is vote buying, there is vote buying. Who is buying that vote?
What is happening? There's no elections. There's practically transactions going on around the place. You vote, they write your name, and then you proceed to another section where they give you money. When you look around, these are people going through physical hardship. You can almost touch it. But these women, these elders are selling their votes as little as 3,000, 5,000. And it's well supervised. It's well supervised by there are people who are probably agents or whatever. There's a particular woman wearing a tag. And they have sections. They have people all over in fact, it's a cooperative transaction happening here. I saw it. It's appalling. There are sections towards that end, they're sharing. Towards the other end, they're sharing. They have people, position at this point. I don't even feel it's safe for anyone who is in opposition here. It's highly been dominated by transactional voting. And this is rigging. This is unacceptable. This cannot be happening. These are people that will bring children to this country, to this world, but they have already sold their rights for those children to enjoy any dividends of leadership and democracy. And the police is here. The INEC is here. I want the police in this world to tell me that they don't know that there's transaction going on in this place. This is just one of the words. It's going to go around and bring the words.
Now, before we go to IREV to begin to show you the results as they are coming in, I don't know, honestly. The results are beginning to trickle in, and the propaganda is already beginning to escalate. I can tell you online already, there are some polling units won by the APC, and they're already saying that they are leading.
My name is Dr.
That they're already saying they are leading. It's the whole thing it's quite funny, but it's not entirely funny. Why I say it's not entirely funny is because this is our future, the future of my dear state, the state where I come from. So it's not any other state. It is my own state that we are talking about. Now, in one of the videos released earlier by the national coordinator of the Obedient Movement, Dr. Unisekan Etanko, who has been in Anambra State and has been in the situation room of the Labour Party, he had the following to say.
Of the Obedient Movement. And the Obedient Movement is putting up all of the structures in the 176,000 polling units on ground. And the idea behind it is to monitor the election at any time and give report. So our agents and our coordinators in all the 21 local governments are already on ground. But one thing I've noticed in this particular process is to ensure that the people respond and come out in case of issue of voters' apathy. But painfully enough, the process, one way or the other, is heavily monetized. And that, of course, has affected these particular elections, both on the part of the candidate and the electorate itself. And that's exactly where the problems lies.
So, looking at what is going on and the lights, what do you think needs to be done to address this concern you have expressed?
Well, most importantly, then we must have to find a way of punitive measures for those who engage in actually giving money and for those who even take money. Because there's a way in which, because if you don't give, nobody will take. So then people will be left with the option of deciding on credible person to vote for. But at the moment, people are offering money even publicly. You heard it on the televisions and the social media. People are offering money for this and that and that. And that creates a lot of apprehension in the minds of the people. And truly, today, we have already weaponized poverty in Nigeria as a measure for getting your votes. People are hungry, there's no doubt about it. So we in the Obedient Movement are going to report this for everybody to know, so that as a learning curve for Nigerians to know that the Obedient Movement structure is all on ground, and then we are establishing the fact that money is playing heavily in this election, and it's a deciding factor.
Okay, so since you said money is playing a big factor, is the Labour Party will also be playing that game with them?
No, of course. That's why we are raising it as an alarm. We are not, because we don't even have the money to do that. And that does not speak well for our own credibility as people who want credible election, free and fair election in Nigeria. Obviously, we will not engage in vote buying or, trying to manipulate the people using money. We will not do it. We don't even have the money. Anyway.
Will you state the position of Mr. Peter Obi on this ongoing election?
No, that you can ask him. I'm sure he's about to vote. But what I know is that Mr. Peter Obi will never engage in vote buying.
I'm saying who is he supporting?
Of course, he has made his own position known of who is supporting right from the beginning. He's supporting George Moghalu. But the thing is that it is Anambarians who would decide who become their governor. He cannot make that choice for them. They have to make that choice. So any choice that they make, he will abide by it. It is their choice.
What's the name again?
My name is Dr. Unisekan.
Okay, that's Tanko there when he spoke to the cable, right? People, in the comment section is the link to join me if you wish to. I decided to use Zoom for this broadcast so that it would accommodate so many people if they wish to join me. So in that, if you wish to have your say in this broadcast, you can join me through the link in the comments section. Now, let's quickly, because it never finishes. This thing, I mean, the thing is, it's unbelievable what I've just seen in Anambra State. I thought Edo was where we will see the worst of both buying, but that this one will happen in my state in Anambra. It's one of the shocks. Honestly, it brings me to say, in the 2023 election, one of the things I did say when Tinubu was, I don't know, was declared winner in the wee hours of the night was there was no need to have rigged 2023 election. All the bad blood we have in Nigeria today wouldn't have been here if that election was transparent, fair, without any form of inducement. When you lose an election, you can see it, you're not blind, you see you lost, you go home. But without this inducement, because it appears there was a time it was INEC total manipulation. When the politicians now discover that the elections, the processes of election are getting tougher. Because if you take, for instance, in the 2003 election, I think the presidential election was won with about 24 million. 2007, slightly about 22 or thereabout. Buhari over 6 million. 2011, Goodluck Jonathan also had such astonishing number. But by the advent of Jega, we saw election malpractices began to drastically reduce. Sadly, under Mahmoud, it began to rise up again. Now, the challenge here is, irrespective of how, I mean, we are not perfect yet, but I do believe that we have improved a little, that election can no longer be rigged, just like snatch ballot balls, run away, stuff it in, bring it back, and that's it, like the time of Iwu. No. A rigging field has moved from the ballot boxes to inducing the souls and the minds of the electorates, infusing money to them to make them change their decision. Hence, we now see the new introduction is a day, like the video I showed you where they were giving malt and gala, a day before the election. Get these people, give them 5, 10 kg bag of rice, give them wrapper if that's what it will take. Give them malt, give them money, get them ready to go the next day and vote for a candidate. Or if that doesn't work, come in on the election day, get in 20,000 naira, hold it. When someone is hungry, it will take someone who understands the danger of the impact of collecting 5,000 would have for that individual not to. It will take someone who has real understanding of the danger of collecting 100,000 or 50,000. It will take someone who really understands what is happening not to take that money. For those of you who are joining me, please, if you join me through Zoom, please rename yourself. Okay, I have some people here with iPhone, Zoom user. Please rename yourself to your name. I think you should have the right to rename yourself. Yeah. Please rename yourself. Let me see if you have that right to rename yourself. Yes, you do have the right to rename yourself. Rename yourself before I can get you to really join me to speak. So what am I saying in essence is that it beats me, and it beats me silly, damn real silly, that my state of Anambra is now in a position where we now buy like any other states that we just buy, votes anyhow. And the tragedy is willing buyer, willing seller. That is the tragedy. Now, look in this video. You will see a woman seen being accompanied by a party agent. Look at the guy in black at the back with a pepper on the hand. Pay attention. Did you see that? That lady is going in there, and the next thing you will hear, egole, meaning how much, right? Even when nobody was supposed to follow that girl in there. Pay attention. Now, when this man was questioned, his argument, the lady called me to come and show her where to vote, that she doesn't know, apparently, that she cannot read or write. So that's why he followed the lady to the booth. But before then, a conversation was overheard, which was egole, meaning how much. I don't know where to vote. There is no party called egole. There is no party called how much. There is no... God. JK, forgive us, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Anyway, so again, that's one of those things, right? That's one of those things where you basically look at people and you think that things are going to change. And we also have the Nigerian police also. Really, we are flying all over the place. And I say, really? So helicopter can actually fly over my state. I recall when my cousins were kidnapped, there was nothing we didn't beg the police, the Udogachi, the DSS, the army, everyone to intervene. No, nobody intervene. But I didn't know that in my state that helicopters can actually fly on the day of election. Then the question that will now follow is, what are they actually flying over the sky for? What are they doing? So helicopter can be seen flying all over the place in the state of Anambra. Question is, where are we heading with all this? Money. Story has it that somebody was caught with Ghana must go filled with money. I cannot confirm, but if it's true, I don't know whether this is the money they meant, that was meant to buy vote. But that's one of the things that was shared on the timeline, Anambra Decides 2025. What do you think? Do you think democracy in its current form is actually going backwards in Nigeria? Right? In all this, we're not neglecting the APC candidates. I've played the videos of the governor, the AAC, and let me also get the video of the APC candidate, Prince Nicholas Okachukwu, who also voted and had one or two things to say after he voted. Just take a listen.
Can you come back to me? Your phone. Where's your phone, my guy? What is thanking now, my guy?
Bobby did it!
We are live already.
Candidate of the APC, that's the moment he cast his vote, right? And obviously, like I said before, something that has happened in this state has been something that is new, sort of, right? We at this point, okay, let me capture. I think that he eventually, after that, he addressed the press. Quickly, let me just get the place where he addressed the press. Let me quickly get the part where he addressed the press. Okay, so it's good to fair reporting. You give him the same as others. Let's hear him while he addressed the press.
As a candidate to be but because I'm an Anambra citizen, we feel right to vote. And I'm happy to be here to vote.
Did you witness any challenge in terms of voting or to try to get yourself involved? Any challenges, or what do you think INEC should do in improving this exercise moving forward?
Well, you see, when you're a candidate, you want to vote. They are called this kind of celebrating treatment. But from what I've been hearing from here and there, there will be hitches, small problem here and there. There will be security challenges here and there. But loudly, there have been vote by, specific vote by. And then that has become the biggest menace that actually will shunt this country to a point of fasting. But it will come to a point that when people are get opportunity to be in power, they don't have to do anything.
Can you be specific?
All right, so can you just tell us your observation? What you observe now you're on the field?
But my observation is what I'm trying to tell you now. From one or two things, and then as one or two places my people have visited, and then we are here in my community, here and there. Right now, there are many things that are going up. Issue of vote buying, and maybe some of you have noticed it. And it is collective treasury that is being looted and shared back to people to get back the mandate. So it is a very bad, everybody should condemn it.
So what do you think should be done right now?
Can you tell us
what do you think should be done right now?
What should be done right?
Yes.
It's for security agents to actually live up to challenges. And then if they do, they can curb it. And if they do, it will make a lot of difference. And then people will be able to stand up, will be able to wake up and do the things they should do when they get mandated. That's actually correct.
From the feelings you have about the vote buying location, to be specific, where do you think it's happening? Then who do you think is susceptible to the vote exchange? Can you be specific?
It can't be just who, it's about the party. It's about who.
Party.
Of course, the candidate is known. So it's not something that is hidden everywhere. It's all polling booths. If you say it's place where all polling booths.
No, but maybe if you we captured some of your party agents allegedly involved in vote buying. Yes, we captured some of your party agents.
And here in this polling unit, underaged vote age was seen voting in this place.
I don't know whether we're talking about secret ballot or open ballot. If you can see somebody's vote, then you're cognizant to it. Because you're not supposed to see where the person voted. And if you don't know where the person voted, how do you not say this? So are you anti?
They were seen being accredited.
Sir, despite all this, are you optimistic of winning, sir?
Well, I believe God that winning is still possible because the day is still young. Anything is possible.
Are you confident in INEC?
Oh, they are doing that.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Okay. It's quite funny. Now, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo is accusing him and the APC of buying votes indirectly. He didn't mention him, but he said the opposition. I mean, when they talk about the opposition, Labour Party and ADC in the opposition, they don't have money to buy votes. So those ones cannot even give you 500 chocolates of buying your vote. ADC can't even give you 30 naira. So it's only those who are amongst the Jaga bandits who have access to state resources through the federal government, those who may wish to control Anambra State. Now, from all indication, it appears that there are those who are trying to buy your vote, induce you, pay you money, buy your vote to come in and to govern. And there are others who are probably trying to use money to make up where they failed in governance and to retain to retain their seats. So it's actually interesting that two parties are accusing one another of vote buying. You can see how the reporters put it across to him that we saw people from your party here, this polling unit. And they say, well, it's illegal to go and look where somebody is. Nigeria, they make me laugh too much. It's quite, the whole thing is really funny. I must say, the whole thing is really funny. If you want to join me, before we get into the next is that we will be going into we will be going into the next phase, which is the collation of results. We'll be going into the IREV now. So if you want to join us to look at the IREV, please click at the link that is in the comment section. You can join me there. We will then look at the IREV, right? And you can also make your own point known. Let me take some of your question. AI says, no, Atp says, you all are speaking grammar. The country is finished. Well, it is finished now. You tune off. It's not by force. Nobody is forcing you to. right? Every country has their challenges. Vote buying at this stage is the challenge that Nigeria is facing, that we must collectively find a way. And I do not see any electoral reform, that really would address that. Chichi, thank you very much for joining us. I do not see any reform that can really address the mess that we are in now. I'm being honest with us. The stage where we are in now is human. It can only be cured by all of us if we frown at it. If we frown at it. Oh, hold on. Hold on, guys, sorry. Sorry about that. I just need to change my audio source. Okay. I hope you can hear me better, hopefully. So the stage, like I said, the stage where we are now is where we all of us collectively must frown at the mess that we are actually witnessing. It's not what a single person or a single piece of legislation would have to deal with. It is our collective, it is our collective work now. Now, having said this, if you're joining me and if you want to speak, I would ask that you raise your digital hand, then I can call upon you to have a word. And those of you who are joining us from Nigeria, the moment you join, and you can also tell us how your own word went, how it was. Chooks Leo says 1 Malta and 1,000 naira for 4 years. I mean, man, that alone is mind-boggling, to be honest with you. Kelechi says, this is what pains me. Why are you surprised? What should be expecting in 2027? Well, honestly, I don't know, but it appears, Edo was a rehearsal. Anambra is a perfection. 2027, honestly, I do not know if I believe that we can see anything better or anything different, So let's take one more two people from our nature, 1 or 2 more people from our nature, for instance, and then we can go back and for people from our nature, how they think the turnout was. The turnout wasn't. It can only be guaranteed already that the turnout will not be that great already. Just take a listen.
So people are out, but I think there's a low turnout of registered voters here. So I don't know, probably because it's still 31 minutes after 12. But hopefully, I'm sure a lot of people will also turn out. So I have voted and I voted my candidate, and I'm on my way home right now.
Something has gone wrong here. Pardon me, just one moment. Just one moment, please. Bear with me. Okay. So, okay. We are back on. Sorry about that. So, Chichi, anytime you wish to speak, if you just raise your hand, I can get you in. And any other person, anytime you want to speak, you can just raise your hand there. We can get you in here. Now, let's move to the IREV and start looking at the election result. And this is the most critical part here. So let's look at, from here, we should be able to actually determine who, and I want us to pay attention, because from here we can actually determine who is winning the election, who has won the election, and who is going to be declared the governor of Anambra State. So if we look at this now, the total number of, as of the time I looked at it before, the total number of election, there is a result submitted was 364, 3,000. Sorry, 3,644, right? Before I go speak like a Edo State governor, where I'm going to say his penny is confusing me. But let us refresh this. I believe over an hour ago, it must have increased. 3.6, yep. Now, you can see that we have, in fact, we can actually at this point, I can tell you that at this point, we can actually call the, call the result, that the result is out. Now, and this is what I have, I've been arguing. This is the highest level of amendment and change that I've been demanding from INEC to do. What I've been demanding from INEC to do is as follows. You see where we have uploaded and expected. We expected 5,720 and INEC has uploaded 5,303. That is totaling 92.71%. At this point, at this page, INEC, if we have to be serious, must at this page put in parties as well. Because if I go into this, let's start with Aniocha local government. Aniocha has 320 polling units. 320 polling units here in Aniocha. You can see some are already completed, like Adaziani, Ward 2, Agolo, Neni, Adaziani, Ward 1. So you can see that almost, with the exception of 3, Nri, Adazienu, and Agolo Ward 3, everything is now completed. My point is, in system design, there is what we call roll-up summary. I had expected INEC to roll this up only in 3 stages: the polling unit, ward, and the LGA. If INEC had done this by now, there is nobody to call, there is no polling unit, there is no collation center, anything. We can call this result comfortably. And as we can see here, let us call this result, people. The result, where are we going to start? Let me know in the comment section, where do you want us to start? We are starting in Aniocha. Aniocha local government is Peter Obi's local government. Where do you want us to start? We have Agolo Ward 1, Agolo Ward 2, 08 is completed. Do we start there, people? Get busy in the comment section, yes or no? Do you want us to start from Agolo Ward 1, Ward 2? Or do you want us to start at Adazienu, Adazinuk, Adazi, Middle, Titi, up, down, whichever one? Which one do you want us to start with?
I think you start from anywhere, really.
Okay.
People just want to hear the result if it's showing.
Yes. Okay. Let's go to Agolo. Let's start with Agolo. Now, Obago Primary School. Let's do a quick view. You can see that in this result, number of voters on the register 266, number of accredited voters 72, number of unused ballot boxes 194, number of spoiled ballot boxes 0, void. So you can see, if you ask me, this is how election results should be entered, like typewriter, because even if you're using AI reader to read this, you can read it easily. You can see here that APC got 13, APGA 52, and Labour Party 5. YPP 1, ADC 0. ADC, ADC is nowhere to be found anywhere. So ADC 0. So here, APGA has won this polling unit hands down. There is no, I mean, this is interesting. let's go to, okay, let's stay with Agolo Ward 1. Obagu 1, let's look at this one too. 72, number of voters on the register, 72, number of accredited, wow. Everybody came out. Let's speak, Lekwe. Number of rejected voters, 5. Okay, APGA, 46. APC, 15. Labour Party. Actually, so it's turning out the way I predicted it, but eventually, honestly, it's turning out my prediction. Because you can see APGA is leading, followed by APC, followed by Labour Party, in that sequence. So let's look at Neni. Umukabia, right? 442. Number of accredited, I mean, the turnout is really low, people. The number of this thing is really, really low, people. Okay, so let's go down. AA, wow. AAC, wow. You know, the guy that is AA is the one that calls himself nigger. APC 47, wow, APC really gave them a fight here. Almost half. APGA 80. So Soludo, there is no reason now why you should not fix every community in Anambra State. I will go to my own ward and see what we did finally. Let's look at Ichida. Let's look at Town Hall. Town Hall 336, and number of accredited voters 114. APGA 65, APC trolling behind 38, YPP 7, Labour Party 0. Jesus of Nazareth. What happened? Okay, people, let me do it this way. That's P2B's local government. Let's go to Soludo's. Let's go to Soludo's. Soludo is in Aguata. Now, let's go to Isofia. Let's go to Isofia. Soludo, that's going to be massacre. It's going to be massacre. So, Ozala School in Soludo's this in Ozala. 651 is the number of registered. Some people, their handwriting, they need to just give them, they are the ones that deserve those mouths. 651. In fact, I think before you should become a polling unit agent, you should write, they see your handwriting. You get it? Soludo 200 in his village. APC 7. Labour 1. Jesus. This is landslide. This one is earthquake. Okay, that's let me go back to Soludo. Let's look at Umonye Hall. 381, but the turnout is still not, even in his community, the 387 and the turnout is still 123. Nonetheless, this is like a technophone. APC 9, APGA 109. Oh, the election is finito. Isofia Ward 13. Let's look one more. Akolo Village. So 235, 185 turnout. Chichi, you can, if you want to say something, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to, when you mentioned about the turnout, I'm not surprised because considering the insecurity we have in Anambra State, I'm sure people might be thinking that the election will probably become violent, and nobody wants to put themselves in a very unstable environment. If I was there, I don't think I would be out there. I wouldn't risk my life for it. But what this tells us is whoever that wins this election, whether it is Soludo or others, they need to first of all prioritize the insecurity issue that we have in the East, especially in Anambra State. And I'm wishing the best candidates to win. But obviously, it's looking like it's all going to ABGA, which maybe some of us may have, expected that ABGA being a party from the East. So any other party who tries to contest with ABGA will have to do a lot of extra work to overtake that. But yeah, for me, it is the insecurity. We do want a government that would prioritize that and enable many people, many of us who will want to, frequent the East and do a lot of things, businesses, creating employment and everything. But due to the insecurity, I'm sure many people who would have loved to go to the East and establish, they are finding it difficult to do. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. I take that into consideration, but if you know Anambra very well, you know that in Aguata, aside the fringes of Oga, or maybe the fringes of my own community, I do not think there is any place we have that security challenge. But we will still go to where this, where it will tell us whether people were afraid of security, which is the Ihiala local government. We'll go there. Here
I think it's everywhere in Anambra.
No, it's not. No, not necessarily so. Not necessarily so.
Yeah, I know where I'm.
No, not. I think Aguata, Newi, Onitsha. These are places that people wouldn't. Insecurity wouldn't be the reason why people wouldn't come out.
Well, I know people in Onitsha who didn't go out today because of insecurity, because people are afraid of what could happen. Not necessarily that it is there are disturbances there today, no, but because of what people believe could happen. That's why they didn't go out. And I'm sure maybe if you have received feedback from those on ground, quite a number of them are saying to me today that they didn't go out to vote. And I wasn't surprised when you looked at the results today and that showed the case, because that's what I already heard from people.
Again, all those that I've spoken to, even those that worked with us in some of the inner rooms, nothing of such. But those areas I mentioned were the places that we had concerns anyway. But here, people, this is my own polling unit. Now, my polling unit is one of the largest polling units in the local government. My own, that is the civic center here. We have total number of registered voters is 1,133. Now, you look at 1,133, total turn-up is 221. That's roughly that's 112 times 2. That's roughly 20%. Right? That's definitely not too great. Not that we have killed down a lion in the previous one. In the presidential election, we didn't even get up to 400 anyway. We didn't. So, but if I look at it, APGA was on the lead, very clear, resoundingly so. APGA won. So Soludo, those roads that we've been demanding that you do, those gutters that you've done and you channel the water, that some of the houses in my village are now emergency swimming pools. it is now time. No but, no if. You can see that you have won resoundingly here. So come and do your job. Boot party is Chika Okeke. I don't know, last week Sunday, whether some of you watched my interview with the candidate of the Boot party. He's from my community. And you can see he got two in my community. I mean, that's, let me quickly save that. That is a feat, if you ask me. At all, no be winch. Then PDP won. I knew PDP won. Labour Party. Oh, Jesus. Why would these people do this? Labour Party, we didn't even get one, myself. Labour Party didn't get anything from my community. Well, anyway, but that's not presidential election, so it's fine. I think it's a better politics that they've paid. So let me go to Ikenga, and I go to Ibuku. If it's a hall, let's go to Ikenga. Let's go to community, because Soludo, I bet you will win all these places in Aguata. Look, it's the same thing. 119 against 10. He's going to win. Let me go to Oga and Amesi. Okay, Akpo. No, let's look at Ibuku. That's the community from Chief Okwadike. Let's go to Ngo Square and see what has happened there. 585, again, it's still like 10%. Well, 20, I don't know. It's not so good, but 55, 4. YPP, what? 46. These people must be smoking something. Okay, let's look at Ekulobia, Jesco, Joey Zazadem. Let's look at Ekulobia Healthcare Center. 527, 11, again, poor turnout. Poor turnout. APCA 94. This person a typewriter self you go do there. So tell me, if we see all these things now, tell me, please, let somebody tell me that I'm not making sense. Here, wouldn't it have been easier for INEC, the same way we have party here, by the time these guys are uploading this, what this should serve as evidence, and they should now manually type AA 0, A 0, AAC 0, ADC 0, APC 15, APCA 9. If they had done this, the system would have done an automatic roll-up summary that by now we should see it. You can project it on a screen and see who has won this election without waiting till the whole night. People will go, guns will be shot, blah, blah, blah. Right? Let me look at another polling unit in Ezinifite, Obuborg. Obuborg is not yet uploaded. Let's look at Uhuana Town School. That's closer to my house, but woo! Hold on. Number of voter on the register, 39. Number of accredited voters, 39. Number of ballot paper issued to the polling unit, 81. Number of unused ballot, 42. Are you people smoking something? It doesn't add up. Anyway. Okay. APCA 12, IPC 12, APCA 27. Wow. So let's go to Uga. We are still in Aguata, people. We haven't gotten to your local government now. For those of you, let's Uga boys. Uga boys. Now let's do Uga girls. Ladies first. That's the community of Andioba. Number of total registered voters, 539. APC 9. So Soludo beat Andioba in his own community. APCA 91, he beat him in his own community. Okay, so Umona I do not know anybody more. Isn't if there were two, isn't if there were two. Amesi, that is Valentine Ozibo's community. Let's look at Amesi. Let's look at Amesi Central. Soludo, 335. Again, oh, this one it's slightly up, over 40% or thereabouts. Soludo 87 and APC 18. Labour Party won. So I can tell you that when the election is announced, Labour Party is going to win. Second is APC. Third is, what did I say? APCA is going to win. APC second. Labour Party third. That's the order I am seeing here. If this 95%, 92.7% that I'm seeing here, if that means anything, that is the order I'm looking at this election now. I can actually call it before INEC anyway. Let's look at Oreri and let's look at Obinri. 202 and APCAS 37, APC 7, YPP. YPP's got something around the Ibuku. I don't know. Is the wife from Ibuku or what? The guy is Anambra North. So I can't understand why he's making so much wave around the Ibuku and the environment, right? It's confusing, really. Oh, let me check one more in Ezinifite. Let me see if I can see Angoli Primary School, no, Ozara. Umezenwa, no, Civic Center, I've checked it. Mwahia Kindred, no, Umobi. Aha. Umobi, that's mine. Obi. 534. Wow. Wow. I'm not surprised because there is a road that goes from Ibuku to Ezinifte that passes through this village. So this village is giving back for them to finish that road. That's politics. That's politics for you. Politics is local, no matter how we look at it. Finally, before I leave Agwata, let me go to Akpo and Agbeelu village. Let's see what is in there. 441-102. Again, the same pattern. 81-5 YPP. I need to investigate that. Either the deputy governor of YPP is from Agwata, or the wife is from Agwa, because this is I see no reason why he shouldn't be in the game anyway. Because if we obey the principle of zoning, he shouldn't be in the game, but he's in the game. So I don't understand. And finally, Ekulobia, the local government headquarters of Agwata. Let's see what is happening in Ekulobia. Ekulobia, where is the local government headquarters? Where is it? Local government headquarters. Central School, Okbo Village, Ekulobia, Urban Mass Transit. Oh, that, okay. Let's see. Ekulobia, Urban Mass. 291 or 50. Soludo got 30. YPP. Boy, YPP's got something with Agwata, I tell you. YPP. Anyway, that's Agwata for you there. And I can confirm to us that Soludo has won Agwata resoundingly, actually, resoundingly, very, very resoundingly. And let's go to Ihiala. You see, I'm not surprised because you can see that results uploaded in Ihiala. Let's see, Ihiala local government, and let's go. Ihiala local government. Let's see the ones that are completed. Now, this is Osumohu. It's one of those places that, in fact, one of the capital of the, the boys really, causing all this mayhem on gunmen, on whatever you call them. This is their headquarters. So let's look at this one by one. Osu, as many of you will know that Osu has been one of those communities in the last 5 years that has really witnessed unprecedented madness by these so-called what's it called, men of underworld or children of underworld, children of anger, that have said that no never manly need toboiko. But when it comes to politics, I am quite surprised by the first one I opened, because there is no difference between where there is peace and where there is no peace. 663, right? And you're having 112, right? APCA 105, APC 7. Ooh. Oh Diego, oh Diego, oh Diego, oh Diego. So this is really interesting. This is interesting. Okay. So here alone. Osumoho. I want to go back to Osumoho. Now, let's go to his second. These are communities. All those horrible videos that you watch, many of them come from this community. Iseke, come on, 867 people registered to vote, 159 came out. And out of that, Soludo took 104. Now, Mr. Governor, it is time you now bring these people back home. They have given you their votes for you to protect them. Please, please, please. Buy now, bring. Look, 903 and 153 people came out to vote. Out of that, you, Mr. Governor, got 129. I think you can go home and sleep. We just need a formal confirmation that Professor Chukwuma Soludo has been re-elected the governor of Anambra State. I mean, it's there is no magic here, right? You can see this. This is Anambra Ihialo Keja, Obum Umeza Gute Village Square, right? Soludo won here as well. So if we go down, Ubaho Dara, right? Let's look at that one too. Ubahu 120.37. Soludo definitely cruising home with 30. That's it. If we go, okay, I want to go to Lille. I'm taking my time to look at those communities that I know that are the troubled hotspot of the southeast. Southeast actually. Now this is Lille. This is a community that has been invaded by children of underworld in the last couple of years. Chichi, are you raising your hand or is that your old hand?
I was going to say, I can't remember what you mentioned, but I kept thinking it would be interesting to see what the results from places like Newi and Onitsha, where we know that the population is quite high, because I think that will, determine in a very big way what the outcome of this election would be when you get.
I agree with you. I think it will be interesting. After this, I will be heading towards Okpoko, Obaru, to really look at those areas and also see what exactly is happening there, right?
Yeah.
Because that's an interesting point you made, So let's, Lilu, you can see that, I mean, in Lilu, you're looking at it, Soludo 320, 35, that's slightly, 10%, 11%, voter turnout 29, Soludo. So the margin of win is always, about 80 or thereabout. So it's quite a lot, the margin of win, right? Lille Central School. So I look at this, I think if this is random sampling, it is enough to show that Soludo is leading strongly, that he's leading. There is something that I am not seeing here. In the last election, that's 3.5 years ago, in 2021, I think, or 4 years ago, 2021, most of these places now that I am opening 4 years ago, these polling units were blank.
Oh.
You see them just have blank paper say no election took place. These polling units were blank because there were no elections there because of the issues of unknown gunmen and all what's not. But here, you see that there are semblance of life, that the election held in those communities. I wish there are people watching now that are from those communities who voted, who can come in and tell us what their take on what I'm just saying now. Here you're looking at 703 and 140 voted. And Soludo out of that 140 took 120. The election is gone, to be honest with you. Let's look at Okija then. Now, the total is increased to 50 to 95. So, and this is only to 7, right, in Nigeria. So, if INEC had their technology together, by now we should call the election. The election is over. Soludo has won.
Well, you can't say that. We haven't seen Oka. We haven't.
No. If Soludo has won the places I've looked at.
Oh,
right?
okay. You all those ones before I joined.
Yeah, no, I didn't. But if Soludo has won these ones I'm just showing you here, right? There is no way he wouldn't. Okay. Anyway, don't worry.
These are not very populated areas.
No, they are. Don't worry. It's hold your peace. Hold your peace. You'll see what I mean now. Let me go to Opoko. Actually, let me go to Obaru. Let me go to Obaru.
Nnewi is also significant considering the opposition and
Yeah, Nnewi. You know why I do not have so much faith in Nnewi. I will tell you.
Yeah.
Nnewi shot themselves in the foot. Nnewi had 2 candidates in this election. So let's look at Nnewi now. Nnewi South. Nnewi had 2 candidates in this election. Hold on, Osumenyi. There is no need to open on any of these because these ones I can guarantee you. He won all these ones. Let's check Ekulumili, for instance. There is no way. Don't even need to bother yourself.
It's a problem.
Look at it, 44-22. So
because
Okachuku, can somebody put it in the comment section? Where is his community? I think that's a good one to go back and look at. Osumenyi, right? Yeah. That's Nnewi South, I think. Osumenyi, hold on. Osumenyi. Yeah. Okachuku is here, Osumenyi. So let's look at Central School, which is normally all these central schools are normally the center of the community. 254. He won Soludo here, but not with a great margin.
Okay.
You see, it's quite interesting. He won Soludo here, but not with a great margin because let's look at another central school. 61. The turnout in his community is abysmal. He won Soludo again in his community, but the margin is irrelevant. To be honest with you, let's look at another central school. 120. Well, Soludo halved him on this. He got 78. Soludo got 32. The margin of win is, to be honest with you, it's very insignificant at this stage. And finally, let's look at this one. 114. And Soludo had 4. He had 108. Okay, because this is his stuff, right?
Yeah.
This is his own play. Soludo, Aguata, and Soludo won him resoundingly. Now let's go to the places that will decide this election. Let's go to Obaru, Idemili, and I think Oka, right? So let's go to Obaru.
There enough.
Yeah. You can see the total number of votes uploaded is already increasing to 95. So basically, INEC is also, improving. To be honest with you, at this time that we have about over 95%. So let's look at Onitsha South. Onitsha South, and let's stay within the inner, Head Bridge has no Head Bridge. It's a marketplace, so it has no much inhabitation. But let's look at Fege.
Yeah.
Let's look at Fege, where you have Fege, open space
Quite
in
densely populated.
yeah, open space, Akokwa Hall. Akokwa Hall, yeah. Let's look at Offaly Street. It's a very highly, Jesus, only 99. But anyway, APCA won. So you see, we're back to city now. You look at Zix Avenue, a very high populated area, 596. That's unbelievable. Like 11, 12%. Wow. What were the people doing? Zix Avenue, the heart of furniture.
I said to you, people didn't want to come out because
No, the people, it's just voter apathy, not security. You cannot, you can't dream in this world if you know where Zix Avenue is. You can't dream that somebody not isn't anything is going to happen to you. If you know where Ozubulu Street and Akokwa Street is, I was born in Ozubulu Street. I grew up there. If you know where that place is, there is not in a million years that you say, oh, anything of insecurity can happen there. It's just that the people are just damn not interested to come out to vote.
It would be interesting to hear from those people on ground, because it can be very easy for us to just speculate and say all this.
Aglo, look at Aglo Town Hall, 1,000 plots and only 130 something. Come on.
Check on Onitsha North and see what's happening there, if it's the same.
Now, wow. Anyway, let's look at Idem Liekusigo Orumba Newi. Newi not, actually. Newi not may hold a story. Hold on.
Mazezeke.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good day, my brother. How are you?
I'm calling from I'm joining you from US.
Okay. You're welcome, my brother.
Community, thank you. The community is just called Nihala. That Lil is my mom's place. I'm from Imo. But that Lil is my mom's hometown. I'm from Osun Itukwa in Osun local government. We share boundary with Osumo and Lil. What you said is right. There is serious insecurity there, but the security people are trying to restore some level of calmness. Last time there was no vote there, so I don't know. Maybe INEC has finally, maybe they were able to conduct a voting there this time. I don't know. So you need to interrogate further to know whether they just went and concorded figures there or whether election actually took place.
No. I have seen videos from those areas.
Okay, that's good.
After the Udogache thing, some of those communities, Iseke, Liulu,
yes,
some part of Osumohun, with the exception of the Mother Valley and whatnot. So people began to obviously go home, say, let's put it that way. So the question that should bog the mind of many of us is that a peace that was gained for election, or will that peace be sustained? So next month being December and January will tell us the bigger story. Okay? Because election is over. Are we going to see this peace sustained? Make sure that these people causing havoc in these areas are really gone and gone for good. You understand? Because Osumo, who will never know much peace until those Mother Valley and whatnot is really, really those areas with cave and hills and whatnot are really totally taken over. That's my take.
I agree with you. I only hope that the governor, just like you said when you started with Osumo, that at least people came out to vote, and he should use that as a show of co-solidarity by coming in further to ensure that peace is fully restored, so people will go back to their homes fully, and normal life will start. We are asking our governor in Imo to do the same thing in our place, though they are working hard for that, but it's still not well. There's one big market in my hometown called Keututu. The market is not on. It's still
I know about the Kotutu, yes.
So if this thing is easy, if the two governors can work hand in hand, they have the ears of the president. They can do something and they restore peace there. But let's go back to election. So far, our people need to come out more. At least those places where there are no crisis. I don't know why they didn't come out to vote, and that is why sometimes all these other parts of the country say Igbos don't come out to vote. So we need to work hard in that area to ensure that people come out. You see the number you call, you will see voters list 1,800 people who came out to vote, only 200 or less in total. It's not impressive at all.
No, it's definitely not impressive. But anyway, thank you very much for your listening. You can stay on the line while we take more looks at the Nnewi North. I saw Money Stops Nonsense. Some of you can really be funny. I'm just reading your comments now. I didn't know you were from Achina. But that I didn't read your comment before doesn't mean you have to add that insult there. You know, I have friends from Achina. I know Achina very well. Achina is from Ago. Achina is in Aguata. If you know the Ezokoro River, I know Ezokoro very well. So it's not a thing why you should get insulting and using such words. That's, come on, you should grow up now. We're not, I didn't take every community in Aguata. I just looked at where I considered some political bigwigs to see if they were able to convince their people to vote towards a particular direction. For instance, now I'm here, I'm going to be looking at Obosi, you know, because why am I interested in Obosi? I'm looking at Osita Chidoka, who endorsed and campaigned for Soludo, and who, from my left ears, I'm hearing that the way Obiano handed over to Soludo, that we may likely see that to happen here. I mean, you know, this ear sometimes it itches. They hear some things, sometimes it can be right, sometimes it can be wrong. Anyway, I didn't hear anything, I didn't say anything. Anyway, so let me look at Nnewi. This is still part of Nnewi, right? Let's look at Nnewi. Nnewi, where do I start from Nnewi? Where is Nnewi? Bishop Okonkwo, where is this? Does anybody know Bishop, Ima Bishop Okonkwo? Anyway, Ima Bishop Okonkwo's polling unit. Enuma Square, is it? No? Ima Bishop Okonkwo is Nnewi. Okonkwo, let me see. Can I find him? Does he have a polling unit? Obi Abuboho, let's see. 178. This is actually slightly better than 55 people came out and Soludo took 28. YPP took, come on, Labour Party. See, the funny thing is that ADC, who incidentally is, you know, is from, I would say from the area. It's not even in the picture at all. The guy they just massacred the guy, you know, ADC at all. Huh? ADC is not in this game. APC won here. Wow. Wow. This is, let me check. Abubo, 1,155 and only 128. So 11% again, roughly. Seka. APC 21, ADC 1. Oh, thank God. One. Labour Party 1. Right? So if we go back to Uruagu, let's look at Uruagu Nnewi. Does anybody know where Charles Mogalo is from? Which part of Nnewi? Is it? No. Is it Otoro? Okay, let's look, because Nnewi now, there are two candidates from Nnewi, the ADC candidate and the Labour Party candidate. Both of them are from Nnewi. So let's look at Norfolk Hall, both in Nnewi. 1,283. That sounds like a very dense place. So APCA took 178. But this alteration, it's beginning to look like Lagos result. I don't understand this ADC 0, ADC 2.
Say to you, we needed to look at these big places because you'd be surprised it could turn things around. The outcome from these places, like
no, it's not. I'm telling you, but you look at the margin.
Yeah.
There is no way. I mean, when you see a pattern, you can decode it. I've looked at such results enough I can tell you. For instance, you look at Unizik Hall, you look at a pattern, it can't change. This is still in Nnewi, right? And Labour Party is scoring 2. APC is scoring. And Anambra are making statement. With this, what Anambra is saying is that on the presidential election, we will follow Peter Obi. On the state elections, allow us. They might not entirely be happy with Soludo, but there is nobody in this election that they consider close to Soludo. That's what the result is saying. Forget internet, forget conversations. This is what this result is saying. And it can, I mean, what I'm looking at here, not even vote buying can change them.
And there's a thing about the parties and territory where those parties originate from. I think that plays a number of roles in when you talk about voting in the East. It's going to be very, very difficult and unusual to see another party win APGA in the East. And I wasn't expecting any other party to win this Anambra election, to be honest. However, considering that Soludo has had some, difficult time with people not accepting some of his policies, like this security, Udogache, and all of that. So at some point, I was just thinking maybe it might be something different than what I was thinking. At the end of the day, I think it's going to be APGA, not necessarily because of who is there to represent APGA, but I think it's about what the people believe, what party they actually want to align with. At the end of the day, I think it's going to be just the party system that would determine this election.
Okay, I think people, sorry, I just read a comment that I wasn't sharing my screen. I apologize. I didn't know. That's Inomezia. Thank you. I just read your comment now that I wasn't sharing my screen. And Chooks saying that Bishop Okonkwo is from Ichi, not Nnewi. Okay, thank you very much for that correction. And let's look at Uruago Nnewi here. And these are the places, these are, as you said before, the big places, right? Obi Ezon, for instance, it's one of those big polling units. You can see that 1,069, yet Soludo only scored only 109 and APC scored 30. And you can see from the results, honestly, you can see clean, no much mutilations except what you can, classify as minor which errors can occur. And when errors do occur, people would, make slight corrections. So looking at that, Obi Akabo Hall, 1. Again, 755 is the total number of registered voters. And number of votes that Soludo got, 115, APC 34, ADC 4. So I think, I'm not a betting person, but at this point, you can look at this here now. The total number of uploaded results is now to 96. Even if one party scored 100% in the remaining 3.95%, you can't turn this result. You understand? the result is declared at this point. That's why I'm not entirely happy with INEC. INEC at this point should have called the result. Okongu Memorial High School, 18 registered. Jesus. Soludo 2 up. This one is fun. Okay, people, we are going to Okpoko. Okpoko, you understand? I had every year I do have my documentary on Okpoko. This year, something happened, but I'll leave it for another day. Okpoko, I was in Okpoko. I can see efforts in Okpoko, I must say. Community centers, schools, roads that are done, but the houses remain slum. There is no two ways about it. Okpoko, let's look at Obaru. We have Obaru. Okpoko is in Obaru, right? Okpoko. Let me start with Okpoko. The most dense area of Onitsha. And there is no unknown government security challenges in Okpoko. We need to put that out there. Let me start Okpoko Ward 4. I want to know where there is a place called Mogambo. Let me see, Control F. Let me call Mogambo, see if I can find. There is a place called Mogambo. I want to see how they vote. Cooperative Road, Aririon Wojoto. Aririon. Umo Bomhol, okay? I know Umo Bomhol. 400 and, not even up to 20%. You see the same pattern even in Okpoko. 485. Number of accredited, 78. Right? The same pattern. But Okpoko, I know that Soludo will sweep Okpoko with broom, because some of the roads he did for them from community secondary schools down to Ndidawell, St. Luke Anglican Church, down to Oboduku Road. It's something that, these are areas that have been bad for so long, and he has been able to tar those roads. But that is not, in my view, urban renewal and cleaning, because those houses that look like mud houses that when I stand, I'm looking at the roofs, brown. These are houses owned by individuals. The challenge here is, how do you clean it up? Are you going to do away with those people who live there to reconstruct it? Or are you going to, when people talk about urban renewal, the question is, if you young people off, you're going to have more, going to have more problem. So if we look at cooperative, 600 and Okpoko has high numbers, but yet, look at Okpoko, 612, turnout, less than 15%. 10% is 61. See, less than 15%. Man, when will we ever in Nigeria have 50 to 80 to 90% electoral turnout? So that if you want to flog somebody, you flog that person with everything in you. Obaru again, I'm going into Okpoko Ward 5. Let's see. Was that 5? Yeah, Okpoko Community Primary School. This community primary school was reconstructed. So I believe that this will reflect in the results. 35. Away. Amazing. But even at that, this is even better, because this is almost half. 35, 15, and in that 15, he got 14. Only one person voted APC. Right? So let me check again. Open space, adjacent, Amazon, MPT layout, community primary school, Orumba Street, Amazon, Meteorological Institute Auditorium. Kebe meteorological. 12. Oh, Jesus. 12 people voted, and all the 12 people voted Soludo. Mpipa layout, right? 681, 113. It's the same pattern. I mean, it's the range of 10 to 15. That's the most commonest range. The highest you see is about 20%. And that doesn't tell a story. That doesn't tell a good story, if you ask me. It doesn't tell a good story. That at the end of the day, you see nothing much here. That doesn't tell a good story. Awalite Street. I know this place very well. 44. Oh. Soludo 30. Every other person nil. No, hold on, no. No. Number of accredited voters. Okay, invalid ballot box. Okay, invalid. Number of rejected ballots for 2. Okay, I can answer. I was already saying I flagged off something. Why? Okay, Okpoko. From the random sampling, okay, before I call the result of Okpoko, let me just check another place. Let me check Iowa or Dekbe. Ukumango, a very popular place. Ukumango is 1,093. Soludo had 166 out of 123. James Junction, 5C Hotel, Iowa, 366 out of 366, and number of accredited voters 101. Soludo has 80. Okay, Ekweme, 1,363. Soludo has 119. Okoti Market, 241. APCA 29. APC 8. ADC 9. Wow. ADC must be well grounded in that area. Okay. Now, people. Okpoko Ward 1. Achina. Obarume Market. No, but this means this is inside market now. People won't go to market, so you won't. 15. Soludo had all the 15. Plaza House. Well, Plaza House. 95. Again, about 15% as well. Soludo has almost everything, with YPP getting 13. Civic Center, 116, 69. This is 50% plus. That's impressive. Soludo has 43. I mean, if we have this level of turnout, it will be impressive. What I have not understood is why the places that are secured, why do they still not come out? Very simple answer. Voter apathy. It is a referendum on the people to say that they are, they are disenchanted. Okay, people. On this note, we're going to Onitsha. We have looked at Boko. From the samples that we have in Oboko, Soludo has won Oboko, right? So if Soludo wins Onitsha, Soludo has won Nnewi South. He has won Agwata. So if he wins Onitsha, let's look at Onitsha North. If he won Onitsha South, if he wins Onitsha North, I don't know what will remain again, unless he Demili. Look at it. Demili is one of them votes. I'm not that I'm discounting Oka. That Oka is valid. Oka has votes, but again, would that be able to push that? Because we are looking at the battlegrounds. We haven't gone to the neutral ground. The neutral grounds are Anambra North, right? Anambra North is where we say, okay, this is the neutral ground. Now, but I can tell you that because of, if you look at places like Obo family, there are some hinterlands where roads there's not been any phase of governance there, and road has been done for them. It makes them really, by every means, want to vote for the governor. Hold on. Okay. So let's go to Inland Town. Inland Town bụ Enu Onitsha. Umualole. Where is Umualole? Because Obio, I know that. I know Obiozi Mobi. Obiozi Mobi. 528, 13. APCA 106. Oh, APCA 104, sorry. I mean, this is real trashing. You not about trashing. Soludo, you have won. Time to begin to govern the Anambra better than before, please. Open space beside Ojiba Street. Open space beside Oboli Road. Let's check these ones. 53, 57, then 36 accredited. And that of the 36, my prediction before I open it will be that he has more than 25. Okay, no, less than 20. Okay, that's 20. But even at that, he won. Right? Open space. So having looked at Onitsha. Where is this? Where is Woluwo layout? Woluwo or Wolewo? What are they writing? This should be Wolewo now. This should be, yeah, Our Ladies High School. That was my school. So it should be Wolewo, not Wuliwo. I beg. 1168. Our Ladies High School, Onitsha. Woluwo layout. Are you guys mad? Should be Wolewo layout, not Woliwo. APCA 77, APC 15, ADC 3, Labour Party 2. Boot Party and AAC, Sowore Party. All those ones nowhere to be found. Those ones they've gone to Mississippi. Ebane miss. Hey, see, I foresee now. This is the real spelling. Woliwo. They say Woliwo. Now this is Woliwo Primary School. Whether no be where I was born in this area now, how can I not know again? APCA 102, APC 31. I mean, come on. Apart from his community, the APC is not coming close. Anambra has sent a message to Tinubu. We understand our politics. Federal, we will vote Peter Obi. State will return APCA. Opiweka Square. Opiweka, I don't expect much turnout, but I expect about 80% win because, he gave them roundabout and water fountain at Opiweka. 73. Like I said, I expect, wow, not that crazy, but he still won. Beke or Gonna. So Opiweka Square. Menace Field. You know where Menace is? 589. Man, the turnout is crazily low. Low. Low as in low. Chimezie Motors to be low now because it is not a 83. Wow. Wow. So you can see that some of the places I've looked at, Inland Town, Wally out, I don't know, American Quarters, Obe, Umonicha, Transinkisi. Okay, let's look at Transinkisi. Or let's look at GRA, where the rich, when the rich people, they don't vote now. They will be watching telephone, watching others while they vote. So 889, 11-12% again. Apka, he won. Right? People. Yes, Emeka Mweke, it's Waliwo, not Woliwo. They want to test my brain. Niger Drive or Omata or Omoba. There are some polling units that really have numbers, but still they end up 10 to 15, percent turnout. Look, 1,062, 154 people came out to vote. Another abysmal failure. Nkesi Magazine Road, 659, 43. So tell me, if it is not illegal now, I would say, Soludo, congratulations for the election. You've won. Internal revenue, 931. Accredited voters, 59. Jesus. Less than 10%. About 6. So they give headache to myself. It's unbelievable. How did we, inland town, this is one of the most secured places in Onitsha, having this level of haba. Anambra people, they must, una go do something. Una go do something. Because this is really it's concerning. So now, after Idemili, we will now take your request. You watching me, you joining me. You see, 97% Otilo, it is finished. Otilo. Look at it here, people. 97.3% uploaded by INEC. Otilo, it is finished. It is finished. Check Enugu Kwabagana. Thank you very much. Money stops nonsense. I thought you're from Achina. You're not. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please. Make una try now. Like. Share now. Share, make other people join us. Let's see. It's time to take your. This is not Snap. No, not Snap. TikTok. But you can tap on the love button so that people will see us and join us now. Come on. Okay, I'll be checking Tony Moye area. Where is Tony Moye area? Tony Moye is north. Actually, I haven't checked north. Okay, let me go to Ekusigo, Orumba, Obaru, Newi, Ihiala, Oyi. I think, is it north is in Anyamelm. Anyamelm is part of Central and Oka, I think. Let's do Anyamelm and Oyi. If it all Gwali. Umuelum Anaku. Ebaku. Is it Ebaku or Mbaku? Omong. Umumbo. Umuri. Umueja. Omase. And you get some communities in Anambra State who have that. Hello? Who is speaking? Who is speaking?
I think somebody called Elder Tango joined.
Ah, Tango. Tango, you're joining from Germany, right?
Yes, I'm joining from Germany. We are going home. We just finished a NIG meeting. I'm on the way home, but I decided to join.
Ah, okay. How was the NIG meeting? Who is the chairman now?
Very marvelous. The coordinator, Anna just
I know. Who is the coordinator? Because I know my friend.
I'm like I went one-on-one discussion. I want a program I went next year.
I'm to talk
to you about it because
Tango give my number. MS I give my number now. Tango give my number. Man, since Ezada chair hand you over to Oge Ozofo. I think Oge hand you over to you, right?
I'll hand over to Chineke, to Bechinaka, all the coordinator hand over coming on the motor now.
Okay. No worries. Tango, the election I'm looking at, all the Kwakunu lose, you lost your polling unit.
My polling unit?
You lost it to APGA.
I win my ward. In the winner because of the Godfather. I calculate many manipulations and things.
There is nothing. Election is won. What we are reviewing here, we have seen 97.33%. The election has been won now. So
APGA won,
Yes, it's not.
If they won, then let them pay for it for the next 4 years. No problem. Let's wait for the official result.
Yes.
Whatever happened, the same people will pay the price for the next 4 years.
Yes. So.
Okay, marvelous. I will join you later when I get home because there's a little noise in the car.
Yeah, no worries, man. Ngwan, drive safe. Okay. Okay. So it's good to have people join us. Now, the request I'm having here, it means PDP doesn't. PDP, quote me, PDP will be either, I think PDP in this election is fifth. ADC would actually win PDP, right? Because PDP is zero, as in if it's anything like -0, that's what PDP is. You know, when let me tell you, I haven't said this before. I organized a debate for the candidates. That's when I knew what was going to happen. In the debate, I reached out to all the candidates, including the incumbent governor. All of them, when I say all of them, from A to Z, all of them that is contesting this election. They didn't want to attend debates. That's when I knew something was wrong. So one of the aides to one of them, I wouldn't say which one, told me, say, Manzi, why do you bother yourself? They're all keeping their money on the day of election to buy the vote. There is no need speaking to you. This debate that I organized was supposed to have held in September. At some point, we moved it to the second tier, right? Second tier meaning not the mainstream parties, to have happened last week. Even the second tier, only 2 people joined. It was here. It was on Njenge Media. Go back and watch it. Last week, Sunday. A week tomorrow, only 2 people joined.
Bluetooth disconnected.
Because,
Bluetooth
something has happened to us that for some reason, people now think that you and I doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter what we believe in. It doesn't matter how we see them. That whether you and I come out to vote, that they can find a way to get the vote. If need be, if means buying the vote, they will buy the vote. They will buy the vote. And from what you have seen today, from all of them, APC, APGA, everybody complaining about vote buying, it confirms to me the reason why they did not want to debate. And this is a bad precedent. In 2021, we saw Anambra State governorship debate. This year, there was no single debate. The most we had was BBC Igbo 2 weeks ago that interviewed them individually as individual candidates, not as a debate. Only BBC. We didn't see from channels because they were not interested in attending. We didn't see any Arise. They were not interested. I made effort. It's not about, I wanted to do Anambra Global Town Hall. And some parties actually, I'm not saying that it's good that they didn't come up, but some parties, people you would think, oh, it is, that this is an opportunity to sell yourself to Anambra. How can you be wanting to be the governor of Anambra State and you are not willing to stand and tell Anambra, this is my vision for you, even when you are an underdog, even when you are behind, but you're not willing to tell Anambra, this is my vision for you, and you want to govern on the Anambra. The result is here. The result is a clear indication of what I understood, and it pained me. I made a tweet about it the other day. For the first time in Anambra State, there was no debate because they are not interested. Who are you? One of them, a week today, when I was on his neck, you know what he said to me? Okay, I will come only if you get the governor to attend. I said, I cannot get the governor to attend the debate now. Yes, I organized the debate, but if the governor, the way I have invited you is the way I have invited the governor. If the governor does not want to attend, how can you predicate your attendance that if the governor attends? Even one that makes so much noise online, it was only on, I think, Sunday night that he wrote, oh, Mazi, I'm deeply sorry. Oh, this, that. Oh, I was somewhere. Oh, wow. What does that tell you? Something is telling me that they all believed this election, they can win it by crook or by any other means, that talking to people to convince them, doesn't cut it for them. What you think of them is irrelevant, actually. That's my summation here. What you think of them, in their view, is irrelevant. Chichi, I can see you raised your hand.
Yeah, I truly can understand where you're coming from, but I think I will blame the electorates. If the people who want to be your leaders are not telling you what they can give to you, that is a sign that they...
No, they are giving you the 20,000. You saw it now. I played the videos of them there. They're giving you the 20,000, the 50,000. They're giving you the malt. They're giving you the gala. And how do we get to tell our people that it is an insult for somebody to give you gala for you to vote? How do we get to tell our people that you collect 20,000? Yes, it might feed you for a week or 2-3 days. But if that road is not fixed in the next 4 years, who do you blame?
I think we need to get to a point where we understand the power that the electorates have. And it is at that point that the those who want to be leaders will begin to do what they're supposed to do. So we need to start using that power. If, for example, you invited Soludo, or maybe I don't know, how well they.
When I say I invited all of them, I'm not mincing words.
Yeah.
I personally invited all of. Personally, I didn't send a PA me so that they wouldn't say, "Oh, I didn't know this." But I personally invited all of them.
So if for example, I'm using Soludo because he is the current governor. And if he turns that down, and maybe he doesn't have to come, but probably to respond to you to say that he's not free on that day, and maybe you can reach out to other people and negotiate having it on a different day. But if the current governor, sitting governor, is not telling the people what he can do, I know he's probably giving interviews here and there, but maybe if he doesn't acknowledge your platform, that could be the reason. However, if this is the case, what the electorates will do is they refuse to vote for that person, or they refuse to vote entirely. But this might also be the reason why there is low turnout.
Exactly. The people who are basically saying to themselves, I mean, we better stay at home.
So that could be one of the reasons. So we need to understand how powerful we are as electorate, and we need to start exercising that power and using it the right way. So we can use our. Now we know that Nigeria now has a system where our votes seem to count. Then we need to make use of that power and get them to actually start treating us like those that deserve to be treated well. And
Now, somebody is saying that there is nothing to debate, that because it is an interim election, next election there will be debate. I mean,
wasn't
exactly. I don't listen. Second term election. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how to say this. Second term election is actually when you give account of your stewardship. Your peers, that is those contesting with you, would interrogate you on your policies that you have driven for the last 3.5 years.
Yeah.
You defend them. That's where you tell them what you're going to do next based on what you have done in the last 3.5 years. But telling me that there is no need for debate because it's a second term election. Okay, if that is the case, let no one complain by 2027. If Tinubu tells you, nah, why should I debate any of you now? Do you understand?
There is this assumption that once somebody has been there, the person must complete the second tenure. That is not the case. If that person is not performing, obviously you can vote the person out. Now we have a system where our vote counts. And I don't know if that's the reason why the person refers to this particular election as interim. It's not interim. Maybe it's a, I don't know, mixed of, words.
I think it's a misuse of terminology. I believe what he meant is a second term. There's a re-election.
Yeah.
In that case, I agree with that. Totally. But nonetheless, I think also here that however we look at it, I think one thing that is very clear is that the election in their minds were already sorted out. The election, somewhat in their mind, is there was no need to go to the people, because if you look, the way we do election in Anambra State, this time around, there was no campaign anywhere. There was no campaign. So some argue that they didn't want to spend their monies on campaign, so they basically concentrated and did what they want to do. Anyway, someone says Soludo will move to APC. I do not think that Soludo will move to APC. That's my view, but I might be wrong. I do not think that Soludo will move to APC. For obvious reason is that APGA is not only a political party. APGA is also a symbol of resistance by Ndibo. If we believe that Anambra is the cradle of Igbo's civilization, and the way people believe that Anambra holds something for Ndibo, then moving to APC means the death of APGA. And I think Soludo will be smart enough. I don't want to remind him of the words of our late dear sage, a man I named my son after, that is a Professor Chinwalumo Ogwachebe, who said in Things Fall Apart, when he spoke to Okonkwo, said, do not bear hand in killing that child that called you father. You know, that is referring to Ahamefuna. And that is it. If I may choose that, it will now be that APGA represents, beyond the political renaissance, APGA represents the Igbo spirit of resistance. So why would you kill that spirit? Whereas you can still be in APGA and work with the federal government. After all, that's what he has done in the last 4 years. So leaving, even Peter Obi was smart when he left APGA. He won an election, handed over to a governor, left that party to PDP without any structure. Him alone left. The structure of APGA remained intact. That provided that structure for Obiano to govern Anambra State. Now, I will be difficult. I will find it. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think Soludo is much smarter than that to really win an election. PDP, Ndi Igbo had affinity with PDP, but Ndi Igbo had no spiritual bond with PDP. Anambra has a spiritual bond with APGA that if you break it, I think it's one of a mortal sin that if he goes and takes APGA and its structures and APGA dies and goes into APC, you can write it down that it will be remembered in the annals of history 100 years from now as someone who hurt Ndi Igbo and may never be forgiven. It's better he goes to an election and fail. So, I mean, that's the way I look at it. He's smarter than that I do not think. I'm addressing the person who says that Soludo would come to APGA. I do not think that Soludo would do that. But would Soludo work for APC, for presidency? Of course. He has the right. And I encourage him to do that, to continue in that trajectory. Work for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Work for him. But on the election day, in the Anambra State, would work for whom they like. It has happened over and over again. So I thank God that Anambra, when it comes to the presidency, we are a people that have a mind of our own. First instance, first tenor, Buhari, Anambra said no. Buhari talked about 93%, 97% and 5%. Come second term, they reduced the votes that they gave him. And what it means is, if heaven wants to fall, bring it on. Hey, here we are, 8 years later, we are not yet dead, right? So if Soludo wants to go to APC, he honestly, I can't even fathom the reason why he should. It would, if he goes into APC, personally, as much as okay, it would diminish my immense respect for him too. But he can stay in APGA and still work for the president, of course. If I were him in his shoes, I would do the same thing. Get whatever that is due from the Anambra, liaise with the federal government, do the most and get the projects done. The Nike, is it? The road from Agolo to Isofia to Ekulobia to Uga, that's a federal road. But Soludo is doing it. That's how you liaise with the federal government to do stuff. The Newi Nokwa, Agolo, that road that goes through Innocent, it's a federal road, but the state is doing it. At some point, those funds spent will be will be refunded without fire, quietly. When you liaise with the federal, the federal ministries, he has a good rapport with Engineer Dave Umai. That's what is needed. This issue of jumping to parties makes, certain individuals look like children, kindergarten kids. But hey, what I know. Anyway, so people, it's been here we are reviewing the Anambra State election. From the result we have reviewed so far, all indication is pointing to the direction that Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, is cruising home to victory. Because this result here, I do not see anywhere and how, even if they do an Edo, I don't see how this result can be changed again. The results that we have here, if I look at Nteje Ward, Nteje Ward 3, I look at EOG Civic Hall, 399 vote cast. Out of the 99 vote cast, 77 is for APCA. People, I doubt. Can you tell me that polling unit can turn this election? I want to go there. I'm taking requests now, please. Let me check the comment section. I'm taking requests now. Nsugbe, thank you for those of you who are liking the video. Thank you. More likes, and more share. What Nsugbe? Can you remind me which local government Nsugbe is, please? Which, someone is requesting to look at Nsugbe. I think Nsugbe ought to be here.
Might be, should be. Is it Aniocha?
No. Nsugbe. No, Nsugbe should be. I was thinking it should be in Oyi. Is it Nsugbe?
No, it should be around.
Nsugbe is around 33, right? It should be. I don't know. Can someone help me in the comment section? Someone help me in the comment section. Where is Nsugbe? Anyway, the person who is requesting Nsugbe, can you please tell me which so that you guide us? But beyond that, Okuzo, Ebenwe SARS. Let's go to Okuzo, the SARS office. Iraika Square. Okuzo, 577, 144, 40. Speak Lekwe. What happened? Labour Party 74. Labour Party beat Soludo here. No way. Kilo happen.
Is it Nsugbe?
No, that's Oyi Okuzo.
Oh, wow.
It's either the deputy is from there, I think. The deputy might be from there. That's the only plausible reason. 74 and Soludo have. It's interesting. Let me look at more. Actually, it's interesting now. Let me check more. It's interesting. It's interesting.
It's coming now.
Labour Party 45. Whoa, almost half of what's. Wow. Interesting. 1,548 registered voters, 275 accredited, APCA 148, LP 96. That's more like an election. You understand? That's more like an election. Something is happening. I need to take note of this, I beg. Okuzo, where is it? I need to find out. I need to make some call. Find out what's happening here. Okuzo, Ward 1. Okuzo 1. I need to find out what's happening here. Why did all of a sudden? No, are you saying that Nsugbe is in Obaru? Abana. From Oyi. Okay, let's go back. But this one shocked me now, to be honest with you. Let me go to Obunike. Labour Party beat Soludo. Wow. Let's look at this one. 109. No, it's gone. Labour Party is finito. 299.75. Apga has taken back the lead. Okay, I think it's about Okozo. There's something that happened in Okozo. I don't know. In that case, let me look at Okozo. That was Okozo Ward 1. Let me look at Okozo Ward 2 and see if there is any pattern to it. But it's on Agite there. He's actually scratching something. 792, then 226, registered voter, APCA 135, LP 23, APC 35. So something is, I don't know, but I can tell you that either the deputy is from there and the deputy did everything, to not to, to justify the reason why she was in the ballot. So now, from the comment section, you're talking about Obaru. So where exactly in Obaru? We have looked at Obaru and we looked at Oboko. Where exactly in Obaru do you want to look at? Sorry, those making requests online. Now, INEC has done 97. Look at it here, people, 97.78. So before the next hour or so, we'll do 98. Even Edo didn't get up to 98. Obaru, so you guys are requesting that we go to Obaru. Obaru LGA. Okpoko, Ugwikpere, Ochuche, Kendogum, the former king of the place, Igwe P.C. Agaba, late. Ochuche actually is good. Ochuche is where Oseloko Baze is from. It's actually interesting. Let's look at community center, Central School Ochuche. Obaze was supported ADC candidate. So let's see. 77 registration, 124. So let's look at ADC. 4. Well, 4. Well, better than Olisa Peter. Better than probably others. Labour Party 0. Oh, Jesus. Man, they beat Labour Party for this election like if you come out a Buegi Jaja. Obakoba High School. 281. Soludo 60. APC 8. Labour Party 0. ADC 1. How? Abaze now. Abaze do well. This is Ochuche, your community. No. Let's see. 356 registered voters, 55 accredited, Soludo 37, ADC 0. Jesus. Okay. The last one we'll check here, Agwe. Let's look at this. 318.26. All right, this is abysmal, less than 10%. Soludo still scored 19. ADC 2. Oh. Now, wow. So, those of you requesting Obaru, where exactly in Obaru? We have looked at Ochuicho Boko, Atani. That's the home of Osadebe. Akili, Ozizo. Ozizo. Then Iyowo Dekba. We looked at Iyowo Dekba. Omona Nkwompotum. Akili Ogidi. If your argument, money stops nonsense, if your argument that Nsubo is in Obaru, then that's wrong because that's not here. So Soludo has won the election. Now, the last place before we can make it official is Idemmili. Let's go to Obosi. Okay. Abatete. Okay, let's look at Abatete. Abatete is where law mefo, the Commissioner of Information is from. About that, let's look at about that. I've gone to that place before. Where is it? Let's look at Amora Hall. 407, 71. APGA 58. Yeah, resoundingly so. Right? Obinago Hall. 312, 61. Then Soludo 51. Wow. Impressive. I mean, people, let's finally Omunakwa Hall. 41473. Soludo 52. What else? The election is over now, haven't? The election is over. Okay, money's up now. It says Anambra East, Nsugbe. Okay, let's try Anambra East. Anambra East, where are you? Abacha, Abatete. Okay. Obosi. 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 Osi Tachidoka. Osi Tachidoka. I think Osi Tachidoka has a polling unit. Is it? Let me check. In front of Odukwe. Comprehensive. Open space. Open space. No, is it? Does Ochita Chidoka have a polling unit, or I think jump center? I think it's not. Maybe not a poll. I think it's a jump center. As also, but let's see. Methodists? No. There are so many European quarters, open space European quarters. Now our people self. Oh, now go to go bring Europe for village again. Amazing Grace. Below. Let me find out if let me see if I can find something. Okay. Let's check this. Open space opposite Wisdom Village office. 74. Turnout impressive. Over half. The first one in Obosi. APCA 1. Wow. Wow. Let me actually do more here. Let's start from the top. Obosi Central School. Just like every Anambra state. 955 125 this thing. APCA 128. Sorry, 120. Wow. This is called flogging. Udo the street. 937 150. No. It is not it. One more. Let's look at one more open space. Then we'll go to, we must find Tony Moyes. APCA 29, 27, APC 10. The margin, I can predict already that the margin with which Soludo will win APCA that will come second will be about 62 to 75. The margin will be wide, more than half. The margin will be unbelievable. You know, the margin of win. APCA is coming, Soludo is first, APCA second, Labour Party third.
I think you are mixing APGA and APC.
No, APGA first.
APGA first, yeah.
Yeah, APC second.
Yeah.
Then Labour Party third.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
That's likely what's going to happen.
The margin is going to be, I can guarantee you that from what we have looked at here. Now, let's look at Ogidi. You see, 98% results uploaded. People. Election on Google.
I think maybe another significant place to look at will be Oka, but I wouldn't expect anything different from what we're from the rest of Anambra State. So look.
Yeah. We'll finish Ogidi now. Let's look at we'll finish Ogidi. We'll go to Oka. Adazi Central School. Obo Ilo Uruna Ikon. I don't recognize. Okay, Ogidi Town Hall, yeah. Ogidi Town Hall 74910 Soludo 85. Soludo Ndanambra has, they have given you their mandate. You can sing on their mandate you stand. Now go and work for them. Make sure they come back for Christmas. So now we can now solidly begin to make demands. You have worked, you have won resoundingly, even when the turnout was so low. Huh? The turnout was so low, in fact, disgracefully low. It's a hell lot of disgrace. It's so low. Look at this again, 453. Accredited voters, 81. 51. So he's gone. So he said Oka. Anambra East. Okay, we now go to Anambra East. So Anambra East. Let's check. 98.27, yeah. Anambra East. Anambra West. Anambra East. Where is Anambra East? Anambra East. Then Anambra East. We can now go to Oka South.
Okay.
Anambra East, we have Nando, Nsugbe, Utuocha. Okay, Nsugbe. You guys said Nsugbe, okay. Nsugbe in Anambra East. So let's look at Mbamili. Let's look at Nsugbe Ward 1. Onye ma polling unit Tony Ngoya.
Which town is it from? I don't know where he
from Nsugbe, I believe.
Okay.
Money stops nonsense. Do you know the polling unit? Some of you are wicked. I've checked Ibuku. Ekuni, no Ekunife is from Ibuku and Njikoka. So, but she didn't do. YPP actually did surprisingly well in Ibuku for whatever reason. Ofianta. Anyway, we are now in Nsugbe. Labour Party. Wait, you don't know them. Can you imagine? Labour Party 173, Soludo 4. What? What? Mendel. What? This is shocking. 173 Labour Party. Boot Party 0, APM 1, APCA 4, APC 8. Ha. Oh God, these people know they smile. Oh. So let's look social club. If we see a pattern here, we can dictate. APCA takes over again. I think it's a one-off. Maybe it's a one-off polling unit. Ofianta. Let's look at Ishiinyi and 70117. APGA has taken over again. Okay, that one was a one-off. Man, I thought if it was going to reoccur again. 744, APC 49, APGA 131, Labour Party 3. Nah, it was a one-off. Ogwale, Nsugbe Civic Center. So those of you that requested Nsugbe, you can see that Toludo won resoundingly so. APC just came distant second, basically. Right? So we go to Oka. The Oka city, is it Oka? I think it's Oka South. Oka South. Before I say Oka South. Oka South, right? Oka. Where is it? Oka North. Let's go to Oka South here. Okay, let's look at the Oka Ward 1. That's the main Oka city. Let's check from the top. 627, 186. APGA 156. Wow. But Chichi, you can see the pattern that I said. The pattern is irrespective of whether it was a secured place, a place we fear that insecurity could occur, there is no difference actually, because the turnout is normally between less than 10% to max 22%. I think 22% is the max I've seen.
Mm.
So let's call it 25% anyway. It just, it's out of 100.
Yeah.
25 people came out. Come on, it's not. It doesn't speak well.
It doesn't. So another way of explaining that is that people are fed up with voting and feeling like their votes are not counting. For example, what happened in the last presidential election, or likely people just are not just up for it. They may just want them to continue to do what they do. I see. There is no longer eagerness. People
or could it be that because this is an off-cycle election and it's a re-election,
yeah,
people think, oh, Soludo is going to win, so why go bother? Don't you think that could also be an issue?
It's likely, yeah. Or, they might just feel because he's there, he would likely control the outcome of the election. And people were not necessarily excited. Not everybody actually knows that there is an election today in the East. That is likely going to be that, or maybe by the next one when we know that there's going to be as well. In any way, Soludo will not contest, so that might be when we have new candidates, and there might be excitement and people wanting to campaign and probably go out to vote for change. It's like, yeah.
True.
Now, are usually like this anyway, very quiet and.
Yeah. But even we can go back to the presidential election. You can see that you might be surprised actually because the results are there. But let's look at someone is requesting because Uche Okunife is from Njikoka. Where exactly in Njikoka is Uche Okunife from? While you're getting us the result, Enugu. I know Enugu. My good friend Ozombu Ezudo. Was left Abuja and to go and vote in Enugu. So I have a lot of people from Enugu. Let's check their result, but their result will be not different from
what we see
exactly
other place.
You can see that Soludo out of 225 is scoring 196 already. So, it's that is Njikoka local government. Ebe Anaguho. You can see that here, 304.45. Oh, this is really sad. About 12% again.
Poor turnout.
Poor turnout, yeah. But Soludo picks all of them, even in the poor turnout. And so you see the thing, it's either there's something primarily wrong because either the people are not at home because Enugu is as secure as any, one of the securest places. So why should there not be turnout? Do you understand? So it's either the people who are registering in Anambra are actually not in Anambra. If not, because if there is no movement, why wouldn't you vote? Right? 119, Soludo is scoring 107. So, I mean, come on.
Yes. Another thing they have to consider is allowing people to vote from wherever they live. Although that could mean that you may not trust the outcome. Because
No, I wouldn't support that because even in the Western world, if you live in London, city of Dagenham, for instance, you have to vote there. You can't live in Dagenham and go vote in Birmingham.
Well, it's the registration that matters because to register, you would register based on address.
Yes, but on the day of election, you have to go to Dagenham to vote.
That's for the local elections.
No, if all the election is local, it's or any national election. Let's take England for instance. That's the same. If it's in Germany, you're registered in Berlin. You're going to vote in Berlin. You can't.
So if you live abroad, for example,
it's a different thing. We talk about diaspora voting, but again, you see, the challenge of diaspora voting that many people don't take into cognizance is Niger Republic is diaspora, Chad is diaspora, Sudan is diaspora. You get the drift, right? So we got to be very careful.
Well, they are all diaspora, but what I'm suggesting is, for example, you're from Anambra State and you live in Lagos. There should be a facility for you to be able to cast your vote wherever you live. And this will increase the number. Because let's take, for example, your friend who had to travel to Enugu to vote. If your friend hadn't traveled, he's registered. So he will count as those able to vote. But
so what you're saying, you're making case for proxy voting.
So what I'm saying is that
postal voting is you're making case for.
You don't have to be postal. It can still be facilitating from the state house because all these states have got.
No, I do not know anywhere in the world. See, I do not know anywhere in the world where if you are not in a particular place, you can vote from outside that place, apart from diaspora voting. Let's take, for instance, if you're in the UK and there is an election in London, but you live in Manchester, why would you vote in London? You vote in Manchester.
That's for the national election.
No, even the local election.
No, for the local elections, you have to go to your area, for example.
Exactly, where you pay your council tax. And that's what determines.
The local election. But for the national election, you can vote by proxy, you can vote where you live, you can vote.
It's the same thing. Yeah, you now vote. No, but.
Can I say something?
Yeah, hold on. But your proxy voting, right? Your proxy voting is still dependent on your council tax, where your voter register.
Yes.
That is where it's dependent on. So you cannot, if you ever move from, let's say, the city of Dagenham or Whitehall, and you move into Coventry or whatever, that's it. You automatically, everything moves to Coventry. You can no longer go back. So, you see, I think Nigeria actually has given us leeway because of our heritage, where we have ancestral home state of origin. But if we actually want Nigeria to progress, we should end that and we start state of residence or place of residence. That means if you live in Lagos and pay your tax in Lagos, how Anambra State is governed actually shouldn't be your headache anymore.
I understand. Let me give you an example. For example, if you were like a French citizen and you live in the UK, you can vote for the French election in London.
That's what I'm saying. That is diaspora voting.
Yeah.
It's a different ball game. That's what I've explained before.
The same thing.
It's not the same.
No, I'm saying even if the state houses in Lagos, in Abuja, they could coordinate for people from that area to go to the state houses where they live to vote.
But why?
You get what I mean?
No, but why would I understand your argument on an international scale, right?
To encourage people to vote for the local elections where they originate from.
No, but that shouldn't bother them anymore. If you live in Lagos,
you should vote in Lagos and forget about.
Because that's where you pay your tax. That's where you live. That's where actually affect your life more. It's just about sentimental value. Anambra becomes a place of holiday. Because if you live in Lagos, for instance, if you live in Abuja, no matter how frequent you travel home, you will spend over 300 days living in that place of residence. The less than 60 days
You're right to some extent, but you and I know that wouldn't work for the Igbos. Because for the Igbos, where you originate from tends to be where you invest your emotions, where you invest.
Emotion is not election. You see, that's the thing.
Why would anybody who has lived in Lagos all their life go to the village to build their mansion? It is that sentiment
now you build the mansion and nobody forced you to build. But when it comes to election, so these are serious conversations Nigeria will begin to have, right? I think there was a time during Buhari's when he came with Tunde Bakari, I think 2011. Tunde Bakari was one of those who pushed then for Nigeria to replace state of origin with place of residence. And I supported it then because it made a lot of sense. If I leave Nigeria, for instance, and I move into the city of London, and I live in London for 5 years to 10 years, I'm going to pay my council tax and I pay my tax. If I wish to be a councillor, as long as I have my indefinite leave to remain, or if, I don't know, I become a British citizen for argument's sake, of course, I should be able to contest. And you see a lot happening, and without anybody asking you any question. So in us developing means that you should be able to contest in Lagos, and someone also should be able to, who are taking your place because you have run away from Enugu, for an example, and someone else lives in Enugu, pays tax in Enugu, and if that individual can also contest to become the local government chairman of Njikoka, because he has paid tax for about 10 years and he lives there. And because as Nebonye become now, because that has become his place of abode. Anyway, I think, I can't remember who is in Samsung who wanted to chip in something. Can you go ahead?
Yes, it's me.
Who?
I wanted to, yeah.
What's your name, sir?
My name. I spoke earlier. Ndubisi.
Okay.
Yes, I wanted to add that it's where one registered to vote that one will cast his vote for. Now, that is the way the Nigerian arrangement is for now.
Exactly.
Yeah, what Madam is saying is it can be done if these are, like you said, these are things they can look into and then part of the electoral reform that may happen. But for the type she's mentioning here, where they do absentee voting. Absentee voting are people who like probably live overseas. It's mainly for Americans who are serving in overseas sections like the military.
Yeah, but that's what we call in Nigeria diaspora voting now. That's what we've been clamoring for.
Yes.
It's the same.
And it's only for national elections mainly.
Exactly.
I don't think it's to do with local elections.
It's for presidential. It can only be for presidential, not for Senate, not for anything.
Not for the only for presidential.
Because it doesn't make sense. If honestly, if you're not in Anambra, I don't think it makes sense for you to vote in Anambra. Do you understand?
No.
And you see, when some Lagosians when someone like Bayo Ononuga made that comment that he made that that was considered ethnic slur, and he came back to reinforce that, to say that he has no apology, that the Igbos in Lagos must not and should not decide what happens in Lagos. This is because why? His brain is still stuck with that ethnic narrative, that he's not seeing it, that if you live here, do you understand? If I live in Abuja, I pay my tax in Abuja, I have a house in Abuja, my problem is with Abuja.
Exactly.
My problem is with Abuja.
Because you pass through the roads, you walk through the roads, you drive your car through the roads, so they have to put the roads in order.
Exactly.
So you have to decide what will be your councillor or your...
And that's the place where you pay your, they come and carry your refuge every day. Do you understand? So if you have a house in Oka, the likelihood that it's tenant that is living there. So the problem becomes the problem of your tenant. You, the Oga, probably the highest you do is stay in a hotel or you live in a boys' quarter. So the person who lives there 24/7 is the person who is going to decide who is going to govern you. If you so wish, even Nigeria is even generous enough now that you can decide to drive yourself down to Oka, decide in Oka. And you see the thing there. When you decide to vote in Oka, you lose the right to vote in Abuja. The choice is
you're
yours.
right. Yes, exactly. So
the choice
some
is
of people who for emotional or heritage reasons decide to go and register back home.
Yes.
It means during any elections, if they must vote, they have to travel back home to go and vote. When the election is holding in where they are based, like in Lagos or Abuja, like you said, they will stay at home in their houses in Lagos or Abuja. They will not vote.
Exactly.
Yes, they have been affected by what is going on in Lagos or Abuja, the bad governance. So that's it.
And that is what I'm seeing here, right? That is what I'm seeing here. People registered in, I'm beginning to feel some of these things, that either the register is not enough, or that we have a lot of people who moved their registration to Anambra State as a result of the presidential election, but do not feel the need to spend the resources to go for this election.
It's possible. Many of them must have registered. Yes.
It's not about it's possible. Let me tell myself an example. The day my polling unit, I showed my polling unit here. We are in my polling unit, it's about 1,260 or something like that, right? And I am in that INEC. I'm in that list now that INEC posted, but I didn't go to vote.
Yes,
so
yes,
I am part
true.
of those who didn't.
It's true. Yeah, it's true.
So and a lot of people that I know, a lot in Onitsha, in Lagos, or in America, all of us, because during the presidential election, it was like carnival. All of us came back. So, but now, why should I waste, even if it's 50,000 to drive down to go and vote? Do you understand? So that's why we have this turnout, because when I look at Lilu, for instance, that was when it dawned on me, actually, because Lilu is a place that's been deserted. Osumohu is a place that's been deserted. But these numbers are still reoccurring, that they are registered here. But these individuals are not here. But the one that shocks me is we do not have, because those ones are ancestral village, ancestral homes.
Yes.
But the one that shocks me is places like Okpoko and Onitsha, where these people here, they live here. There is nobody will register in Okpoko and be in Lagos.
No.
Okpoko is not somebody's ancestral home.
Okpoko is a township, so to speak.
Exactly. So that's the one that beats me. I can't explain it.
Maybe like you said, some of them refuse to come out to vote, and they feel that Soludo has already, whatever be the case, he will still win. Yeah, and maybe let's hope that maybe the next election, probably presidential, the turnout will be more. But we need to do talking to them.
I don't think so. But for the sake of this argument, let me go back to something now. Let me go back to 2023 presidential election. Now, this is presidential election. Let me go back to this here. House of Assembly, where is the presidential? Anambra. Okay. Let me go back to presidential election. These are by-elections. Hold on, let me go back to presidential election 2023. I want to show us something. And, oh, sorry. Election type. Why am I not able to select election type? I want to go to presidential election. Yeah. I want to reinforce my argument here. Okay. Let's look at the results in Anambra. So I can do two things here. I duplicate this. So let's look at the result in Anambra. Huh? No. No. What's this? Sorry, let me see. Okay, yeah, let's look at Anambra local government 1, right? Agouata, let me go to Agouata. I want to do a comparison, and I look at Ezinifite ward. Is it ward 1 or ward 2? Ezionye. I want to look at, no, let me take Ezinifite ward 2. Ezinifite ward 2, I believe. Ezinifite ward 2. Okay, now pay attention here. Ezinifite ward 2, right? See the polling unit number 09005. Now look at this result. What's happening? Has INEC taken it off? Let's see if it's going to open in a different browser. Wow. Killer happen. Quick. I can't find, but let me check if there is another one to use. This one. Town hall. This town hall is different from Bala Blue. For some reason, INEC is anyway, the argument I wanted to make is just for us to look at, even when we thought that people were emotionally charged and they came out for election, right? Like the 2023 election. I wanted to showcase that that was not necessarily the case, that eventually the level of turnout wasn't exceptionally different from what we witnessed in the state off-cycle election. But sadly, I was unable to go back to the 2023 presidential election. The results were not opening. Try once more. No, the results are not opening. So, yeah, the data file where it's pointing to is locked. You can see that here. And GCO-NG is locked, so I couldn't get into that. Anyway, so that's, by the way, if you come back to the one that we have today, which is this one. Anambra 2027, you can see that 98.7 is already uploaded. 98.74 is already uploaded. That's close to 100%. And we have looked that Soludo had won almost all these places. Like I said, 4 years ago, Ihiala was most of the Ihiala. Recall that Ihiala was a place that some of the places were either blank or that election was rescheduled in some of those places, right? And I think I looked at Osumoho before, a place where the unknown gunmen and the terrors in the southeast, with the place that they've really terrorized the people of the southeast. That includes Osun. And if we go there quickly, you'll see that the results that we are looking at Osun, this is about 10% is 38. So it's, less than 20%. If you look at it, is not different from the overall result from the state, even when this is a crisis-stricken area. You're looking at it, and even at that, Soludo had won resoundingly that I made the argument that now, even in the midst of crisis, the people still had confidence to, bring Soludo there. Look at this one; it's about 11%, right? 11% turnout, with Soludo scoring 33 and APC scoring 3. So no matter how we want to look at it, no matter how we want to dice it, the election is it's gone in the ways of Soludo, and he won by more than half of the votes cast, if not about 75% vote cast total. And my results that I can call to us this night is that Soludo won the governorship of Anambra State, re-election, second APC, third Labour Party, and fourth position, not even PDP, ADC, I think. ADC, but ADC came a way, way distant fourth. Labour Party came distant third, and APC came distant second. APGA won this election by the votes already uploaded here. So I think it will be fair now to say congratulations, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, as the re-elected governor of Anambra State. What do you guys think?
Well, it looks likely that he's won the election, but obviously, like any other thing in Nigeria, we have to factor in possibilities of people challenging it through the courts.
That one, na lawyers go chop now.
And all the arguments and disagreements that might come with it. But it is obvious that he's won the election. So I would say congratulations to Dr. Charles Soludo as well.
Okay, there is a request to check Aniocha, Boys Secondary School 1 and 2, Ward Henry. Okay, guys, we are here. All we ask of you is to like, share, and subscribe. That's all. Right?
What platforms are you airing? I don't even know what.
We are on YouTube only.
Okay, you're on YouTube. Okay, yeah.
So we're on YouTube.
Okay.
So I think because if you check beside the recording, you can see the link that is airing as well.
All right. I think I've shared. I believe so.
Money stops nonsense. Person where money they stop nonsense. Person where get money no they give money. Buy super chat now. Okay, so which You said is Aniocha. Okay, let's go back to Aniocha and see what it's happening in Aniocha. Let's go to Aniocha, the White Land. Aniocha, the White Land. Where is it? Money stops nonsense. Aniocha is in which? Aniocha is in Aniocha here. Check Aniocha, and we are in Aniocha. It says, I repeat, Aniocha, Boys Secondary School 1 and 2, Ward Nri. Nri. Okay, let's go to Nri. Nri Ward 2, right? Nri. Nri Ward 2. So which of the Nri now? Ebede. Which one? But anyway, let's check Anonya. 427, 140. Apka 49. Ooh. Come on, is this Equiniface town? Money stops nonsense. Is this Equiniface town, right? Is it from Unri? Something is happening at here. Why is APC winning Unri? Look, APC 91, APCA 45. Wow. Chicago Square. APCA. Almost neck to neck. APCA 79, APC 70. Wow. This is serious. Anoye. 70. APC 40. APCA. What? Nri. Can someone explain to me? Money stops nonsense. Can you explain to me why this is happening? Ebede. APC is leading. APC is leading Soludo. APC 58, Soludo 53.
Which area is that? Is that Aniocha?
In reward, in Re.
Ah, Aguhu. All right.
Aro. Omodiani. $230 total registered, 71. APCA, okay, APCA is leading here. This one, they drag the thing enter room self, drop them for the floor. Aro. APCA, well, APCA 39. APCA has taken over again. So, Nri, it's here, neither here nor there. Soludo wants some, APC wants some. Look at it here. So, this is in reward, as you said. Boys Secondary School. Where is Boys Secondary School? Community, what we have, Community Primary School. Ebede Primary School. Ebede Primary School 2. No. In reward 2. That's all that is in reward 2. Is the Boys Secondary School the same as Community Secondary School? Let's check Community Secondary School. Only 21. Less than 10% turnout. Soludo, but APC beat them. Okay, Ekunife. Yeah, Ekunife beat Soludo. Now, strong woman, no. She beat Soludo for Henry. But let's go to reward 1 and see. In reward 1, let's can find it. In reward 1. Central School. There is no boys. All we have here is Central School. Okay, see the boys. Boys Secondary School. Which of them? 1, 2, 3? Anyway, let's look at the 3. Boys Secondary School as you requested. Woo! This is even a strong woman. This is real political fight. Out of 988 people that are registered, number of accredited persons 798, over 80%. This is it. However, it takes to mobilize people to run this kind of thing. This is it. Now,
is that where she originates from?
I think so.
Oh, I see.
So now, because you can see that already. Look, 606 APC and APGA 75. Come on, the story is heavy.
It is definitely. I turn out as well.
High. This one, people, I say everybody came home.
Came out.
Jesus.
Anocha, okay, yeah.
Aniocha, Nri. Boys Secondary School. This is it.
That's serious mobilization.
Wow. This is it. Let me look at Boys Secondary School too. Look at it. 900 and, you see, over 80% again. You see, over 80% again. 905, 731. And if you go to this, 610. What? This, even APGA, APGA didn't get that in Soludo's community.
No. That's huge.
Ward 1.
How significant would that be in the whole?
Nah, it wouldn't turn anything.
These are just few communities.
Yeah, it wouldn't turn anything. But it's impressive. That means she's a strong woman. If she was in the ballot herself,
in her area is strong. But when you talk about Anambra State with so many different localities, how strong is she? In her area, definitely she's pulled the weight there. But winning an election is more about mobilizing the whole state rather.
Yeah, she is. I mean, I wouldn't.
Done well.
You can imagine now, from all indications, she's won the Boys Secondary School 1, 2, 3. So, let me look at all of them from A to Z. So let me start from the last one. Nrijo for primary school. You can see, well, it's dropped a little bit. 571, 151. So, oh, sorry. You can see that it dropped. And APGA won. No? Did APGA? No. He won APGA by 1 vote. That is head-on collision. So if you look at Ndiobari, 105, it's gone back to the normal, Anambra normal. Soludo won here. But those 3 words are, wow. I think those are probably in front of her house or something like that. APGA's taking over again, 50/20 against them. Maybe not the same village as her. You know, in the east, these things can be village fight as well.
By the time you call your Omona and everybody would speak to their relatives, you've won.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works.
The Eke Central Market, she did well. I mean, she came out close to Soludo there. That's the way elections should be, because the margin is sometimes, the margin can be so benumb in itself. Central School 3. APGA 1 again. Wow. Yeah, we are checking others. The Boys Secondary School. Money, are you aware if the Boys Secondary School is closer to her house or what? The Boys Secondary School 1, 2, 3.
That might be her village.
Yeah, because she really, that was wire. She wired up there. She wired first. She used code on Apga.
And the interesting thing is, when these people vote for somebody that is linked to them, the hope is that that person would, do something that will benefit them.
Mm-hmm.
In my view, that's not necessarily a good way for us to move forward. And we need to start.
Speak Lekwe. Have you ever seen this one?
Which one? Let me see.
200 registered voters, 200 accredited voters, 200 ballots issued. Number of unused ballot 138. Please, how does that make sense?
Which area is that? It's still
Aniocha?
All right. So people didn't come out to vote, or
No. People came out. Number of registered voters 200.
Mm-hmm.
Number of people that were accredited 200.
Mm-hmm.
Number of ballot paper issued for this polling unit 200.
Mm-hmm.
Number of unused ballot paper 138. How does that make sense? If you accredited 100 and if you accredited 200, how did you get 138?
It might be that the people those were issued to they are unused.
No. If it's unused, it says it's the number of unused 138.
Mm-hmm.
Number of rejected votes 0. Number of total valid vote 62.
Something might have happened.
Total number of used ballot paper 62.
Meaning that those were not used. Is it that they didn't turn out or something happened? They were accredited to vote. Did they?
Yes.
So that's the thing. Being accredited doesn't mean you voted.
No, but accredited.
They could vote, but did they exercise that opportunity?
No. Look, you are accredited. You are given ballot paper.
Mm-hmm.
You are in the register. How come that after accreditation, 100 out of 200, 138 out of 200 suddenly did not use their ballot paper?
Well, did they accredit them on the day at the time?
Exactly. It says it's there. Number of accredited voters, 200. Nah, it doesn't make sense. You can't explain that one.
It depends how their system works. It might be that you get accredited and then you could go home and then come back to cast your vote.
Nah,
you see?
This one doesn't add up.
They can challenge it.
Let me see if I can pull it up again, and let me grab it. I'll figure out what to do with it.
Mm-hmm. You can ask questions and see.
Yeah, I'll figure out what to do. I mean, it doesn't. Okay, boys secondary school too. I think it was a fair fight between her and. It was a fair fight between her
and Soludo. Quite. I was thinking if Okachukwu tried as hard as Ekunife in his area, maybe he would have actually come forward but done better than they've done.
Because if she's from there, I think if the husband is from there, she's from Aguata, she's from Ibuku. Actually, let me go back to Aguata and let me actually look back at Ibuku again. Let me look at Aguata again.
Soludo won very well there.
Yeah, that is his local government now. So let me look at Ibuku again. Ibuku, what thing? Can I see Umude again? Okay, let me go start with the central. Because you recall that YPP was the one that I was surprised and I was questioning what's happening. Okay, look at it now. Soludo 111, APC 6, YPP 5. So you see the reason why I was questioning why suddenly YPP comes up in Ibuku. So I was wondering whether the VP to the deputy to look at it again. YPP 46, Soludo 55. I mean, so YPP is either the deputy to YPP is from that place because it doesn't. That's the only plausible reason.
Yeah.
Amapu. Soludo. This person is drawing. He's actually doing like art design with the result. Soludo 151, APC 9. Again, YPP second by 13. YPP that's not, if you leave Ibuku in the same Aguata with this actually, now that I am here, I think let me look at Victor May's this thing. Victor May is Agluzibo. Hold on, Agluzibo should be in Aniocha. Let's look at, before I go to Agluzibo, let me look at Soludos again. Compare that to what we saw with Ekwunife. You see what I'm saying? Soludo, okay, 131. That's another close call. 131. That's close to 80%, if not more. So 107. So it's the same way, same manner of thrashing both sides in their village. So these are village champions.
Yeah.
So 102, 180 against 2. So it's, thrashing versus thrashing.
Mazi, what of votes from Orumba South, Umun's, from those areas?
Is there anybody of interest from there? Those ones, that Soludo will win. If you know the amount of road Soludo had done from Umunze to, the last time I drove it last Christmas, Umunze to Umuchuku, is it? Nkerefi, that Nkerefi area. So Orumba, Soludo will sweep it like there is no tomorrow. So you see, suddenly when you get to Soludo's area, you begin to see that the turnout increases as well. Right? You see over 70% turnout. Akolo Village, you see about 70% as well. 80 to 3. Central School, you see 1,000, but this is poor. 1,016, then turnout is 347. But even at that, the thrashing is also big because it's 338 against 3 and 1. Right? So it's, like I said, it's thrashing versus, yeah?
Mas, what of Ojuku's hometown?
Who?
He came by himself, his hometown, Abga members.
Newi, no. Newi, they won APGA because the APGA won because we looked at Newi before because it's two candidates came out of Newi. George Mogalo and Nwosu, John Nwosu. Right? So someone was clamoring for Achina. Achina would not be much different from every other Aguata because Aguata, recall that Aguata after late Chukwuemeka Ezife, Aguata had never taken a shot. So that's why Aguata would not vote any other candidate aside their son. Because the moment Valentine Mozibo was no longer in the race, there was no other person from Aguata. So there is no way you can tell them to vote someone else. That one is given.
That's true. Ozibo would have given Soludo some challenge if he were on the ballot for Labour. Sadly, he left in a hurry.
Well, it's more than we can understand. It's one. This is Achina. For someone who is talking about Achina.
Check out Oga Achina.
Are you from Oga?
No, the Oba brothers, they are from there now.
Oh, no. Soludo trashed them. We checked.
Okay, that's good.
The Uba brothers, I think they are not even, they didn't support, I don't think they supported anyone this time around. Soludo kept, you can see the trashing. I mean, come on. Eziama, the trashing continues. 7-7. I mean, honestly, it's Apka is gone home with this trophy.
So can we say now that INEC really uploaded all these results very well this time? Can they keep it up going forward? That would be very good.
No, well, one of the things we are requesting on INEC to do is when they upload these results, they should also allow the input of manual results, just like exactly what you see in that result, yeah? Labor, 20. The other one, 5. APCA, 200. Just impute it that way. If they had done it by now, here, where you see this percentage, we would have seen those parties beneath here. Do you understand? It would have rolled up, automatically calculated, the way the percentage of upload is calculating. We would have known who is winning. Then, in this sense, if they had done that, there wouldn't have been this nonsense of going to collation center this night.
Yes,
because you're looking at the result here already.
Yeah, I'm really against the collection center involvement. That is where the rigging starts.
Exactly, because suddenly, because if something has been announced, and again, this is the thing, because what is now here, you can no longer change it. So in Edo, what was here is now different from the things they started changing at the collation center.
Exactly.
What happened in Edo was Edo did not upload all. Like in Anambra now, you can see 98% is done, even 99%, because in the next 10 minutes, it will get up to 99. Edo withheld 2 massive local governments. Eventually, they started doing their surgery, those areas. So that's how they manipulated, started writing results. Adults, you would clean pen and paper. You would clean pen, right on top of it to a point that nobody will read what it's like. Lagos result of 2023.
Exactly, and some other states during the election.
So, fair. Obosi, he won. Ekusigo, he won. No, did we look? Orifite, that is the town of this guy.
Emeka
Ofo, yeah. Emeka Ofo is APCA now, so he's in bed with Soludo. So, I mean, I'm not expecting anything.
What about Ukpo, this Ato SS hometown?
Ato lost presidential election. So this one, Ato, people take his money and do what they want. So Soludo, you can see Soludo's leading 71/20 and 20. So we can check Ukpo as well. Iblo, St. Mary. Again, the typical one, I can 1,085 and only 200. That's basically 20% turnout.
Oh, it's
But
low.
APC won. Oh, APC won this polling unit. That's or if it's a Mary Isingu.
Wow. Emeka Ofo is like, don't you think he's an APC's stalwart?
No,
nobody's sure where he belongs.
Emeka Ofo is not APC. Emeka Ofo is in bed with Soludo.
Okay.
It's a deal now. Scratch my back, I scratch your back now.
It is. Or is that part of Ekunife's senatorial zone?
No, it's not.
Okay. What about Ngige Somtan? Alo?
Alo should be in Idemili.
Okay, yeah.
Apga is trashing Orifito. Apga trashed Orifito. 84-19 against APC. So Apga trashed Orifito. If let's take Amakwa Ihitoha Ozobul, I mean Mbos, that's Allen Onyema. I can tell you that's given. That's serious mobilization that will happen there. Look at it. Close to close to close to 40 something percent turnout. Soludo led. I mean, anybody that told me otherwise, I wouldn't believe. So this is, if you understand the politics of Anambra, you understand why these things are. I'm not one bit shocked because these are expected. These are expected. This one 300, 137. Soludo leading. Oh, come on. The election is over. I don't think, to be honest with you, there is nothing here to contest. Anybody going to court after this is just, probably have too much money that some sons want to, take your money, sort of. So you talked about Ngige. It's a lot. Idemili north or south, I don't know. But let's look. We'll find out. Idemili, Obosi, we looked at Obosi Umoji Mpo, Ogidi Eziowel Mpo, Idani, Oruku. So that will be south then. If it's not in north, it should be south. That's Idemili south. Aha. Nobi. Okay, Titi. Ojoto. Alo. See Alo here. So that's Dr. Chris Ngige. 54. Typical. Just slightly over 10%. Look at it. Slightly over 10%. But Soludo won. If we check again, slightly over 10%. Soludo won. He had already endorsed Soludo long ago. Forget APC thing anyway. 86. Soludo won. Again, the percentages is not necessarily something so, can see it's the same. Soludo won. Alo Town. 1, 2, 3. 41. Soludo won. It is finished. Oba. Let's know whether Oba people are angry because of their son that is in prison. Whether Oba people are angry. 32. They decided not to come out. APC won. No. Jesus. So, Oba, be careful. If Soludo loses, that means your son is not coming out. Hey, Akwokoko has entered the problem. Which kind alteration is this beacon? APCA, okay. This one has wiped the last two. APCA leads again. Maybe the other two polling units is the one in front of Akwokoko's house. Don't you think so? So those of you, if you want to join us, you can actually join us in the comment section is where you would click the pinned message. You can join us and have your make your input if you so wish. 0000 Soludo is still leading here.
Are they going to conclude everything today and broadcast the
let me check. I think hold on. let me quickly check. They should. Let me check how far they are with the if they're alive, we can go to them.
There's something that someone just sent online. Could you check Idemilinof Abatete?
Abatete, we looked at Abatete when I said that my good friend, the Commissioner of Information, is from Abatete, and Soludo resoundingly won Abatete.
328, is that what you saw?
Eh?
Soludo won by 328 votes.
No. There are so many distances in Abatete now, but
this one's Abate Uroji Community Hall. Do you want to check it and see if that is true?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I just want to check if INEC is now, if we have live feeds. I think Soludo should just,
It sounds like, well, I don't know, but people may not, probably people are doubting the results.
Honestly, to be honest with you, there is nothing to doubt.
To doubt, yeah.
I mean, I've monitored these elections this morning, spoke countless number of people. Transparently, we've looked at the polling unit by polling unit here. I do not see anything here to doubt.
Okay.
I think, but let's, let me take a break and let's listen to the candidate of Labour Party. He said something, actually. Let's listen to what he said regarding the election. He spoke to BBC. That was live a couple of minutes ago.
Okay.
He spoke to BBC Igbo live. So let me quickly play what he said, and I'll take a break myself because as you know, so let's look at that quickly.
All right.
Okay.
Igbo ndị ọma ndewonu dịka anyị si na-akpagharị na mpaghara Anambra steeti taa bụ ụbọchị a na-eme ntuli aka ọkwa gọvanọ. Ụgbọ anyị eburula anyị bata na ụlọ Chief George Mohalu bụ onye ji ọkọlọtọ Labour Party na-azọ ọkwa gọvanọ Anambra steeti ebe a. Ọ tụọla vootu mana anyị sịrị ka anyị nụtagodi n'ọnụ ya etu o si hụta ka ntuli aka na-aga. Na-ekwu George Mohalu biko kọwara anyị onye bụ ma gwa anyị etu isi hụta ntuli aka na-aga n'ihu Anambra steeti n'ụbọchị taa.
Dalorine, aba m bụ Chief Dr. George Mohalu, ọmụnwa ji ọkọlọtọ Labour Party wee na-azọ gọvanọ na elekshọn nke a na-eme taa na Anambra steeti. Dịka isi na-ajụ, atụọla mụ atụgo, ụfọdụ ndị ka na-atụ, mana nke bụ eziokwu bụ na ọ bụrụ ife ụkwado n'onye aka ọ na-atọ ka ya. Ị na-anya efe onunu gagharịa ụna afụ na ife a na-emezi taa n'obodo anyị ya bụ na Anambra steeti bụ na na-elezi vootu ele na-ego ya ego. Afụbara m kemgbe m ji ụlọ onye Anambra steeti na-eme politiks, afụbara m ụdị ya mbụ ka esikwa vootu n'afịa na-ele. A na-ekwu na nke a na-ele vootu abịakwa were ndị si na ha bụ ndị nchekwa obodo, onye isi anyị kpọpụtara ndị a na-akpọ ndị udo ga-achị, a na-agagharị na-eme ndị mmadụ egwu, ọkacha ndị kwere na gọọmenti ha. Mana o nwere ife m ga-ekwu kịta, a sị nka nchegodo ka ndị niile mere arenji fenera na-atụ akwadocha ya atụcha ya gbakọọ ya nwezi ife anyị ga-ekwu anyị enweghị ike kwuo mgbe ahụ.
Ndewo, ikwu okwu maka ebe ndị a na-azụgasị vootu na ịhụbeghị ụdị nke a na mbụ kamgbe amalitere imetere ntuli aka na Anambra steeti. I nwere ike ịkpọta ahụ ụfọdụ ebe ịhụrụ ihe ndị a mere?
Ebe niile na-ezi ọzọ, ebe niile nwere ebe ijara dị ele vootu mana be anyị nne-egwu anyị ebe ebe dị iche n'iche ndị uche gị ọgbapụzi gị na ịmara na ndị pati anyị nọchi ebe dị iche n'iche a na-akpọ m onye kpọpụ m ibe ya kpọ m onye kpọpụ ibe ya kpọ m a na-ajụ gịnị ka ife anyị na-eme si a na m nwa ya egodo vootu ka m bịa chịa ndị mmadụ ka m bịa jele obodo ozi ndụkwazi egolu ya egolu ememe ya na m nwa ya dị ife ahụ na mmụọ m anabatara ya.
Ndị pati gị ndị ọrụ gị gwara gị na ha kpọrọ aha pati ndị so na-azụ maọbụ na-ego vootu a dịka isi kwuo?
Ọ bụ ha mechazi ife niile polisi emezie gịnị?
Akpọrọ aha pati
ife dị mkpa rinne ike ajụ nchere ị ga-ajụ o ndị nchekwa obodo ekpopụtara. O nwere mgbe anyị nọ na-enwetara 45,000 ndị isi uwe ojii dị iche n'iche nọrọ ebe niile, ndị ọrụ obodo na-afụta maka ife gbasara akụ na ụba n'ọrụcha ebe niile. Ọ gịnị kpatara ife ji etu jikadị? Ọ nnukwu ife ga-eme ka anyị mmadụ chebara onwe anyị echiche, jụọ onwe anyị ajụjụ ma anyị ka chọzikwara ka obodo a dị mma. Achọzikwara ka obodo a dị mma, ọ ife anyị ga-ele anya mana etosi na dị ka anyị na-eje.
N'ajụjụ nke ikpeazụ, ewepụ ụgwọ ekwuru na-azụ vootu, kedu gwara maka ọnọdụ nchekwa ọkachasị na mpaghara ndị niile dị iche iche na-atụghị vootu na afọ 4 gara aga ndị dịka Ihiala na ụmụnne ya? Kedu otu ndị ọrụ gị si gwa gị na ntuli aka si aga ebe ahụ?
A na-eche ife menụ na-agwa m onye ọbụla maka anyị gbara mbọ fụ na anyị nwegasịrị mmadụ n'ebe dị iche n'iche ndị na-anọchite anya anyị, ma si onye ọbụla gbaa mbọ ka ha jefu ife na-emenụ, onye jezie were akwụkwọ ya depụta ka ife si wee mee. Maka anyị chọrọ mgbe a ga-emekọrịcha anyị anọla ala nwalee ife niile dị, kwuo okwu n'onyonyo, kwuo okwu, kpọkwa ndị na-ede ndị nta akụkọ kọrọ ha ife ifụ ka ọ ga-awụ ka onye ọ na-buru ya n'obi ekwe ife anyị fụrụ, ekwe ife anyị mere ka anyị fụrụ ya, ka debe anyị mara ka obodo anyị si wee dị. Maka na iwelu ekperima tinye n'ọchịchị, o nwere ka ọchị ya ka onye ụka ma ya chukwa ka ekperima. Ọ ife anyị chere bụ n'obi maka onye lele ofu vootu 20,000 ife ọ gbara ya 5,000 ofu ọrụ ụkwụ ebe ahụ ka ọ esiri nri, ka ọ esiri ụlọ, ka ọ esikwa ụmụ ụgwọ akwụkwọ, ka ọ esi n'ife niile dị iche n'iche, ka ọ ga-awụ onye o tiri n'ọchịchị na-emezi ife sọrọ ya mee. Nye mepere ọrụ okwu na onye ha mara ebe maka na kpọrọ afịa ogolu ịgba afịa ngolu orifesọ m ka m meji ife ngotara wee mee.
Ndewo, abịakwa n'ọrụ ndị na-ahazi ntuli aka bụ INEC, kedu ihe ga-asị na etu ha si hazie ya, ha mere ọfụma? Kedu akara ị ga-enye ha?
Ife m ga-ekwudewe na ha agbana maka na akwụkwọ eji atụnye aka ha wetara ya n'oge n'ebe mmụọ tụrụ na-ekwu eziokwu, and ife ha na-eji etinye aka na-emekwa onyonyo eji atụ akwụkwọ nke ha ji wetara n'ebe mmụọ na-atụ, ọ gara ọfụma, etiri ama aka ọ gaa. Mana amarozi nka ndị ọzọ dị n'aka nji si nọ na mgbede a ejekọrọcha ndị otu anyị edekọcha akwụkwọ ucha ka ife na-esi emebe anyị ewere ya dowe n'elu tebụl nyocha ya onwezi ife anyị ga-ekwu anyị ekwu okwu anyị ekwuo dịka mmadụ.
Ndewo. Unu emeela unu arụla ka nna anyị kwu Chief George Moghalu si kwuo dịka ọ tụchara ntuli aka nke ya ma kọwaa ihe ndị ọzọ ọ sị na-adịghị ya mma mee na oge ntuli aka. Ebe a ka anyị ga-anọkwa na-ewetara gị akọ ndị banyere ntuli aka dịka o si aga na mpaghara Anambra steeti iche iche. Daalụ ma nọnyekwara anyị. Ndewo.
So everyone, you've listened to that. That was the voice of, or that was Chief Dr. George Moghalu, the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate in the Anambra State 2025 gubernatorial election. As I said before, when we started, and as I'm repeating again, it is quite telling and quite, what's the best for want of a better word. It's quite, I don't know, words fail me. It's really surprising that Anambra State has made vote buying a different thing altogether. It's gone to a level that no one really expected it to be. There were some people that were caught by EFCC actually. I think what I will do now is to show us some of the pictures of individuals that were caught and their party agent. This is not, I'll make it clear. This is just basically us reporting these things the way they are, the way we see it. Look at this here. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
From what I've been reading online, it sounds like people are doubting the outcome. So I'm not surprised to hear that from Mr. Moghalu. That seems to be what I've been, obviously what you read online can only be taken.
Yeah, but I've said it before. Look here on the screen here. You're looking at this person with words of cash. And you see that? This is cash. Let me see if I can make the photo bigger. Okay, no, it's not allowing me. No. Okay. Here, you're looking at this person and he has a party tag, he has APCA, he has cash. Right? And at the background is EFCC. So how do we explain this? And that's the same thing Moghalu was saying. Look at this person by security agents. They arrested him. And look at this woman as well. Arrested by the security agents, right? So, the challenge that I see here is that, do I think that anything will come out of this? We can bet. I can guarantee you that by next week, everything is gone. Meaning people have, they shake hands and that's it. Nothing.
From it, definitely.
And even Nigerians will move on. It took even Trump now. Is it not that if not that Trump suddenly came for our, come to talk about certain things, we've been, many of the things that he talked about are things we've been, shouting for how many years now, and nobody cares, not even those. Suddenly, as if the killing started today. There's been killing all the while, It's just crazy. To be honest with you, it's just crazy. I don't know. Just like he said, I do not know how we can come up with this. You know, Nigeria has a way. You know, that's why sometimes when I say this, people don't tend to agree with me. I do not believe that our constitution is entirely bad, because if you give our constitution today to some other people, they would actually do wonders with it. It's just the operators and us human that is the issue. Even if you bring American, British constitution, jam it together, we will still find loophole how to do these things. Because look, INEC, we can see it now. These results are in IREV.
Mm-hmm.
It's there. But don't be surprised that by the time you wake up tomorrow, you may be hearing a different result. Don't be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, is it a function of law? No, it's human. It's human being. Just, the thing makes you sometimes, your head want to spin a little bit. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Suddenly, you hear, oh, we want to go to collation center. Collation center. Suddenly, individuals will no longer know how to enter results. Look at let me share the collation center so that you some of us will understand what I mean here. What we looked at before were individual results, but when the results start looking like this, that's when a lot of mutilations will start happening. Look at it. When a lot, the result sheet will start looking like this. That's when, because this is where the tabulation will come. If you ask me, this is bullshit. This is nonsense. We don't need this.
Mm-hmm.
Do away with this. Polling unit straight. Forget this. This for me, this is middleman. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anybody who understands basic, who has any idea of basic code, basic Excel calculation, should know that we should be able to tabulate from that polling unit. The moment I have that IREV, Beavers machine, and I have in Beavers, this is the result, right? This is the result. APCA 20, this 13, the other one 5. The moment I snap this with IREV to upload it, it will ask me, confirm APCA how many. That time I am typing it in Word, confirming the things that was written. It must now tally with the information on that particular IREV. If it tallies, no number up, no number down. If it tallies, it accepts it immediately. By now, we should be seeing it 90-something% who has won this. We should be seeing it now. It
should be live. Yeah.
We've been shouting 2023, we built what we call the election manager, because that was the lacuna that INEC created. We know how much we spent to build that in order to use it. But again, building something is different for people to use it. Excuses from our polling unit agents, those in the field. Sometimes you understand them, that some of them are in places where they struggled with network, they struggled with light, all manner of issues. But in any case, we can see it that 9 o'clock, 9:30, INEC has done close to 99% upload. Come on now. That's, whether somebody goes to court or not, I think you give them credit when they've done right. 99%. That's actually 99.09% is where INEC is now. I shared this. Look at it here. INEC is now percentage of total upload, 99.09%. It has never happened. It has never happened. 99%. If you cannot know that by 99% upload on IREV, if we don't know who has won the election, why must we sleep till the next day before results come in? Why can't we have result the same day? These things are already, the infrastructure, the framework is already built out. It's a question of expansion.
Mm-hmm.
We should be able to, the way I look at it, My argument is INEC should be able to, if I'm looking at the Aniocha LGA 05, after this, I should be able to see here Aniocha broken down, APGA, number, this, this. Then I have Onitsha North, APGA, LPC, blah, blah, blah. I should be able to have its summation there. Then at the top here will now be the summation of this total here will now be displayed up. By now, as it is coming in, you know, when I started this stream, it was 62. So in the last hours that we've been here, it is increasing. That's the way we should have been seeing who won. By now, 99%, everybody should have gone home. Even at 95, the result should, because it can no longer turn the result at 95. Even if they give you 50, 100, it can no longer turn the result. Eh? We know what to do. Let no one tell you that they don't. It's just that somebody will come up with legality, come up with useless argument why something cannot work. You know, sometimes it appears we like to suffer ourselves. Look, total number of polling units that we're expecting to submit is 5,720, out of which we have submitted 5,668. 66, you know, if you take this away from this, you know, you basically have nothing much. It's just less than 1%, right? Less than 1% that is left.
Yeah. Nearly all the results are in.
The results are in. Maybe network, maybe whatever. The results are in. But now people will now have to do night vigil because they now want to go and tabulate what we have seen here. Or we cannot. Actually, if we wanted, if we have people in a situation room, all we can say, okay, how many are we? Everybody take one local government. In one local government, you see 90, you see wards here. All we need to do is to have 5,720 something people. Or no, all we need to do is to have 507 something people. So each person 10 words. In 2 hours, we'll give you the result. What's tabulation again? All the results, since it's been coming in, if we had people sitting somewhere tabulating it, by now they would have done 99. They know the one that just came in, they just add up. That's it.
You would expect that when there is election, that those who work within that system would work both morning and night, just to make sure they produce the, what is expected. And after that, they can relax. So hopefully they are working tonight, and by tomorrow, fairly, we should know the outcome of the election.
Well, we're only waiting for 52. We're only waiting for 52 polling units out of 5,520.
Yeah.
The election is finished now. For me, the election is called. You don't need to bother yourself. Just that this issue of malpractice, vote buying, is worrisome. It must worry anybody of conscience. You know, it must worry anybody of conscience.
Adọrọ mma maka na a na-enye ndị mmadụ ego wee na-atụ vootu. Onye bụ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ ada aga ụlọ akwụkwọ adọrọ ije ebe ụmụaka anyị na-agụ akwụkwọ ife dị ka iwere agụla na practicing school ọ gbara ọkụ enwere roof nwere onye na-alụ ya maka na gịnị na ndị mmadụ ewelugo ego wee na-atụ vootu. Onye bụ n'ụlọ ọgwụ adọrọ onye bụ na gị na-emerọ na ọrụ adọrọ so na ndị mmadụ ga-akwụsị ya ka obodo wee dị mma. Ife na ebe bụ onye ọbụla bụ onye atụrụ winie nye alụgbala obodo ọrụ onye etu obodo ga-esi dị mma. Mụ nwee soro azọ nka abụgo m gọvanọ 13 years ago. Anọrọ na this level akịta bụ ọ bụrụ na ndị na-agba bọọlụ asị na ndị division 1 More about the Champions League. All
It's not about division.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. He's
It's not about the Champions League. Hey, politicians here, they become. Coming now about Champions League.
Right. P2B has tried for done the best they can to change the system. Hopefully one day we'll wake up just like Ghana did and just like some of the other African countries. The normal Nigerian is busy pursuing their own pockets, and if they are fine and their families are good, they are good to go. Nobody wants to come out and fight for the general good, for the good of everybody. And that is one of our problems.
Anyway, let's look at Soludo, how he casts his votes, the level of security there.
Yeah.
And a job because I work out.
I go. Now ring madness with that. Now ring madness with
Ludo ebinyecha n'aka n'akwụkwọ ọ banyere n'ụgbọala ya na nwunye ya na ụmụ ya bụ ndị bịara binye aka n'akwụkwọ. Ihe unu na-ahụ bụ
Okay. That was when the governor of Anambra State voted. And obviously you can see the level of security there. It just only speaks of one thing. People are still on the edge. You know, everybody's still apprehensive. Everybody's suspecting everybody. You know, that's the way I look at it. Everybody's suspecting everybody, to say that we don't know what this is all about, right? It's really quite it's quite telling. But before we conclude and before the results are announced, I think I can tell us arrests have been made for some who were caught with cash by EFCC. Some weren't caught. Some still bought their, paid for whatever they wanted to pay for. But I can tell you that over 99% of the results so far announced, and what we've been able to view here on the IREV, I can confidently tell you that Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo has, in my view, scored over 60% of the total vote cast in Anambra State. And that makes him, barring any changes or any other thing that happens at the Collation Center, I can tell you that he has won that election. Well, in advance, I say congratulations to him. You now have the renewed mandate of the people of Anambra State. Time to work for the Anambra State is now. Do not stop. Another mandate. Suddenly, it changes the Obuluzia, Abuja, and the APC. Kayana, Anuzino, Oboda. Okay? While we are on that, while we are on Anambra State, on another news, protest broke out earlier today. The people of Kano are protesting. What are they protesting against? They are protesting against Donald Trump, who said that if the Nigerian government does not act, that the US will help them in acting. So you can see the people of Kano are protesting. They had a picture of Donald Trump, wore him clothes, protesting in Kano. And I asked myself, these people actually, do they know what they're actually protesting? Trump never said he was going to invade Nigeria. Trump just said, if your leaders does not stop the killing happening in your country, that is killing predominantly Christians, they were going to attack the terrorists. I don't know whether this protest is just, are you protesting to support the terrorists? Because it doesn't matter. If you ask me, it's common sense. Trump says they are killing Christians. You say they are killing Muslims as well. Then I ask this question. Mr. A is killing Christians, and you said to me, Mr. A is also killing Muslims. That means you and I, We have one common enemy. That is Mr. A. We now say, okay, can we eliminate Mr. A? You start protesting that if you eliminate Mr. A, it's going to affect you. Please make that make sense to me. Mr. A is the terrorist here, and Mr. A must be eliminated, right? So I don't see anybody who has that badge of terrorism, be it north, west, south, and east. I don't bloody care. Take them out. Take them out. So why should I go and protest to say, oh, make it make sense. This is Kano people. While Anambra State is having an election, Kano people, the Islamic movement, said they condemn Trump's threat to attack Nigeria. Just total nonsense. Trump never said he was going to attack Nigeria. He gave Nigeria a warning, basically just small touch warning. If you do not stop the killing of Christians, we're going to make it sweet. We're going to make it quick. Where's the problem? He gave terrorist threat. Are you a terrorist? Is that why you're feeling threat? Please make this one make sense. In their protest, they are anyway. Someone probably somewhere had told them what to do. I do not believe that those who are protesting actually understand the reason why they're on the street. On this note, people, I say to us, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being part of this conversation. Chichi, thank you very much for joining me.
All right. My pleasure coming on board. So
yeah. I will be rounding up, but we will probably when they start calling the results, if it's tonight, I will come back live again.
Okay.
But if not, it's going to be tomorrow morning. So I'll make, after this now, I'll make calls from this back to the various situation rooms. I'll call the Labour Party situation room, and I'll call Oka to understand what's happening. Then that will determine if I'm going to come back online. If not, it's going to be tomorrow. On this note, I say once more, thank you very much for being part of this.
That's all right. Thank you. Take care.
Yeah. Bye. And every other person that is watching me, please, if you haven't subscribed to this, please subscribe to Njenje Media TV. Like what we do. If you want to follow me on my personal channel, which is at Mazezoke, that is at MAAZIEZEOKE. That's my personal channel. If you want to follow me there, please also do. If you want to also follow us on Twitter at Njenje Media, all our social media handles are the same at Njenje Media. On TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook, just follow us. We'll keep getting you news as they happen. As our motto said, we keep exploring the truth behind the headlines that we read. On this note, I say thank you very much for being my guest tonight. Good night, everyone. May Anambra win. And once more, congratulations to the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, for the re-election of the second term. But as you have said yourself, and many people, including His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, the APC candidate, Dr. Nicholas Ukachukwu, and many others, we must nip the vote buying in the bud. It's destroying us, destroying the future of Anambra, destroying the future